Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? Oh boy. I don't know what we're going to do today. Let's see if anybody's on. I think we're going to try to do some stuff once Isar gets on, if he gets on today. I'm going to mess around with the Beastmaster for a bit. I do want to keep leveling this character just in case they release the whatchamacallit, the Fallen Watch. Hey, what's up, Vor? How you doing, bud? I heard your wife fell yesterday. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope she's doing okay. Hope she's not too hurt. Good morning, Muffin. How are you? Just got back from A&E about 45 minutes ago. She has a small break in her arm or wrist. Ooh, that's not good. Well, I'm sorry that happened. I hope it heals quickly. I broke my toe not too long ago, just trying to walk through the bedroom. And I hit it on the bed, and it really hurt. Oh my gosh, it's gating again. Mobs gate too much. Too much gate. Not doing two-handed for chop. I don't have a good two-handed weapon on this guy. That's something that I don't like that they did is when they limit you to specific weapons, you end up just like finding what the best way to play is and going with that, and then you just limit yourself, you know, rather than just kind of being like play how you want. But yeah. Oh shoot, I guess I missed with my kick. Oh boy, that's gonna pull too many. That's way too many. The dreaded toe grabbers at night. Yeah, those dreaded toe grabbers, man. The bedpost will get you quick. Enjoying the beta so far. Reported several bugs I found. Currently my Beastmaster is level 9, almost 10. Got a few characters up to 5 or 6 so far. Trying out many things. Awesome, I love it, Muffin. Glad you're able to get in and try it out. What's going on, Nomadic? How are you? Do 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 do. Pulled too many mobs there again. We're almost level 33 on this guy. I want to get close to 40. Now, I might stop him there. If I hit 40 before Fallen Watch comes out, because I want to be able to go into Fallen Watch and check out that zone. Guess Esar told you Pale Headlamp is bugged. He did, yeah. I don't know why. It's not just. Is it one of them or all of them? Like I guess I didn't get that information out of him. Just the one that dropped. Like it's like he got one and it dropped, and it didn't have his charges or whatever. He looted 2 last night and both of them were bugged. Oh wow. Oh, I know what it is now. I think I know what's causing it. Remember they changed in the patch notes, they changed that mobs, when they spawn with their respective items, they spawn with them in their hand and they actually use them. That broke the Pale Lamp, I bet. That makes a lot more sense. I mean, it shouldn't be broken, but I bet you that's what broke it. Is that change. Yeah, they often break things. The devs often break things when they try to change or fix or modify something else. It happens quite a bit. Sorry for taunting a few times yesterday. I was not paying attention. Great group up, Agora. Oh, yeah, no worries. It's all good, man. It's all good. It happens. Yeah, we might do another group. I don't know. We'll have to see what Esar wants to do when he gets on. I want to play that Cleric some to try it out. But happy to play Fighter if I need, or I'm happy to play whatever class. I don't really care. And interrupt. I've noticed without Chop, these mobs cast Gate more often, and I think it's just because of the slightly less damage. I thought something along the lines they changed the loot stats and names and the lamp got changed in it. I mean, maybe. Clerics are beefy. They are pretty beefy at the moment. Yeah, I want to try a high level one and see how it goes. They seem OP, as most classes do when they do their deep dive. But we'll see what happens. Good morning. How you doing, Soli Trots? Spoly Trots. Welcome in. But yeah, the Cleric, I mean, it's just gonna have so much mana now. With its piety. Like a crazy amount of mana. So I kinda want to try it out and see how it plays. Especially against undead. Also show the devs kinda how it's broken. You just basically spam one ability between attacks. So you auto attack, spam an ability, auto attack, spam an ability. And just keep doing that. Pretty much indefinitely. Oh, whoops, I didn't change this down here. There we go. That might help. I'm surprised I'm still getting XP, like decent XP at these Wisp. I think I started this at like level 29 and we're almost 33. What level are you? And what are these con? I am on 30. I'm 32 Beastmaster on this guy, and these are light blue now. I want to say they're like 28, 27, something like that. I don't know the exact level of them, but they are light blue currently. So I can just wreck these now. I started doing this at 29, and they were a little challenging then. Yeah, at 17 they're way too high. They're like mid to high 20s. I don't know like what I want to do though. Like I want to focus on this Beastmaster and try to get it level it up, but at the same time like I want to play and do stuff with you guys. Do the higher level stuff. So there's just a lot to do. If we don't hear from Isar in a little bit, I'll try to grab him, find out what he's doing. No, I prefer grouping way over solo. But when solo is so much more efficient for leveling, I do that. If you have a class that can solo, it's just so much more efficient. Hey, what's going on, Serial? How are you? He told me he would be on today. Maybe Jim right now. Could be, yeah. Yeah. I have no idea what he's doing today. I talked to him a little bit last night. I was going to get on last night, and then I couldn't. So, yeah, I'm trying to spend a lot of time with my son right now. I only have him today and tomorrow, and then he's gone again for a week. So, we'll see how much I'm on today. Just busy until school starts back up. And school's starting back up next week. Oh boy, oh boy. Need to sit up straight. We did some Grimtide last night. They fixed the little rock, so you can't skip the water tunnels if you go that way. And Selka Nira fixed. Nice. Awesome. You can't skip the water tunnels, though? What do you mean by you can't skip the water tunnels? Can you not jump over the bridge? Jumping over that bridge without Speed of the Wild, I do know is a pain in the butt. You used to be able to climb a rock in the corner and come up the far side of the bridge. Ah, yeah. Hopefully they fixed that in a couple places. I didn't check yesterday when we were at up in Fallen Pass, or whenever it was. I guess it was yesterday. At Fallen Pass, if you could climb up that where the, I guess IVU rock is what it has been dubbed. You could go to climb that IVU rock. They fixed that too. Good. That needed to be fixed. Like it was kind of silly. With that fixed though, I'm not really sure how to get over there. I have to mess around and figure out how you're actually supposed to get around to where Zerat is. I think you might have to do some other parkour stuff. You still drop into Ivor? Okay. Yeah, I haven't been over there in a while other than with that group. I just go kind of wherever I'm told. Yeah, I'm glad they're fixing a lot of those. Oh no, he's gonna gate. Dang it. These things gate so stinking much now. It's crazy. I don't know why they gate so much. Is that pulling a bunch again? It is. It is indeed pulling a bunch again. They just, like, chain gate. They're not supposed to do that. Okay, you just go around Haroon? Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. We always drop down and... But, yeah. We'll probably go over there again today, I'm guessing. Somewhere. Off to kids stuff for me. Yeah, dude, kids stuff. It takes some time. My kid will wake up here in a little bit and be like, do something with me, Dad. Yeah, have fun, man. Enjoy that. I'll probably do some kids stuff this afternoon myself. Really wish these wouldn't gate so much. Crazy, man. Wait, did I ever res my... I have a corpse over here I don't think I ever resed. I think. I'm curious how we're going to get into Fallen Watch, too. I actually don't know where the main entrance to it is. It's supposed to be just like a zone-in thing. I'm guessing it's up there somewhere in Upper Salmon. Saman. Upper Salmon, bring me a dream. Do 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 do. Come on, tree spirits. Can I get you? Oh my gosh, I got 2 of them? What? They were not that close together. Ugh. I'm failing today. I want to know what that door in the tree leads to. Me too. I would love to see that. Some sort of Fey realm, hopefully. Be kind of cool. Go in the tree and you zone into like a... Like, that'd be really cool if it was like a Alice in Wonderland kind of thing, right? You go into the tree and you're now inside of this tree, but you're like tiny. So like the entire zone is literally inside of that tree. And it would like shrink you down. Like to Fey size. Yeah, there's got to be some sort of quest eventually, right? Like an access quest for that. I think there was a tree in growth or something in the queue. I remember there was the Plane of Mischief, which was a small castle that you could go into. Like a little tiny castle, and you would teleport into it, and then you would move around. And the entire zone was supposed to be like inside of that little castle, inside of, was it Temple of Ishan? But yeah, there might have also been a tree. When you said shrink down Alice in Wonderland? Yeah. Yeah, I remember going in. I went into Plane of Mischief a lot. I was actually bound there for probably a year. Bound inside of it. Because you could go inside of Temple of inside of Plane of Mischief, and then you could click a tree to teleport out of the Plane of Mischief to different locations. So it was a good like hub to bind inside of. The Nexus before Nexus? Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of like that before they added the Nexus. Yeah, I feel like once they started adding in the Nexus and all that kind of stuff in EverQuest, that's kind of where it started to go downhill, because it made the world feel a lot smaller. Because everybody just bound in the Nexus and then teleported wherever they wanted to go. Yeah, so like the entire world just, I don't know. You want the world to feel large, and the way you do that is by limiting travel speed and teleports and all that. I knew he was gonna cast Gate again. My gosh, dude, I'm telling you, these mobs cast Gate way too much now. Let's see if he comes back by himself. This is just bonkers. EverQuest is your first intro into medieval fantasy? Awesome. Yeah, this is my favorite genre by far. The high fantasy genre where you have swords and sorcery and all that stuff. It is by far my favorite. Like, I don't like things set in the real world. In fact, I like Harry Potter, right? Harry Potter's fun. It's a fun movie. I like Harry Potter for the magical side of it, the magical world that they go into. I cannot stand the first few minutes of each Harry Potter movie where they're in the real world. I just don't like it. It's like I want to watch a movie that takes place in the fantasy realm, not in the real world. And I don't know. Something about it. Like, I mean, it's fine to set up the story and everything, but yeah, I don't like it. Always attracted medieval stuff. WoW was borderline for me because of guns. Yeah, that's one thing I don't like about Pathfinder over Dungeons and Dragons. Pathfinder actually has like guns and whatever, like pistols or whatever they have. Yeah, I like the high fantasy stuff a lot. But a good mixture is Star Wars, where you have high fantasy and sci-fi mixed together. And I think that's why I like Star Wars so much. Because it's clearly all sci-fi space stuff. But then you have the high fantasy of the knights, the Jedi Knights and all that. So it's just kind of cool. I like it a lot. He's gonna gate again. Oh, maybe not. Nah, we're good. Star Wars Galaxies, the best game ever made. Star Wars Galaxies was definitely, for the people that played it a lot, yeah, they definitely liked that game a lot. I had a friend of mine that played it a ton back then. I was playing EverQuest and then EverQuest 2, but he played Star Wars Galaxies a good bit. Oh my gosh, we pulled 2 again. I wonder if I can do 2 of these. We'll see. I probably can do 2. It's just going to take a lot of my mana. Best crafting system you've seen? Yeah, I mean, it was definitely good. It was a good game. Gating and interrupt. Yeah, these are definitely a lot easier now. Like, I'm barely taking any damage. I feel like they did something to these. Like they changed something, like they changed the resist or something, or reduced the amount of damage they do. They did something, I feel like, to make these a little bit easier. You can't get into space games? Yeah. Yeah, some of the space games definitely more difficult to get into. You know, the worst space games, though, were the Star Trek games. I don't think there's ever been a good Star Trek game. They were always so bad. I don't know why. Oh no, my fire! What happened to my fire? I don't know if this was going to pull the other ones or not. Let's see. I don't think it did. I think we're good. Oh boy. I knew it. They always do that. If there's a pause. If there is a pause between casting gate and then no gate. Every time, man. Every stinking time they'll cast gate again. Get you. Everybody's doing okay playing even with a broken hand. Awesome. That's a good thing about this game is that it does not take a lot of coordination and a lot of skill. You know, you can play it pretty easily, which is partly why people are going to macro the heck out of it. Hopefully they don't, but we'll see. I need to bring over Kaz and Rez this guy over here. I don't know if it's really worth it though, running Kaz all the way over here. Just for that Rez. Probably not worth it. It's a bit out of the way. What kind are these? These are only light blue now to me. A sandwich play with broken hand play? Exactly. Can you play the game with a broken hand? I'd say you could play this game with a broken hand. Depends on which hand is broken. Like, I could easily play this game with my right hand. it'd be a lot more difficult to play it with just my left hand. I mean, I could do it, but it would be more difficult. But it's obviously a lot easier to do with both hands. Her left is broken, so just a keyboard hand. Yeah, that would be a lot easier to do, I feel like. Still challenging though. Like it's not easy to do. It'll still be kind of a pain in the butt. Caster healer, I only use my left hand. You don't use your right hand for your mouse? Especially playing an enchanter, yeah. I mean, you could do your left hand and just tab target everything and then hit all or F1 through 6 for your group members. You could do it that way. But yeah, I don't know. Use my mouse for moving basically more, or at least as much as I do a keyboard. I use my mouse a lot, yeah. Use it quite a bit. So they were doing Shadow Knight Deep Dive last with Ranger. Yeah, it seems that they're doing those at the end. My guess is because they're not changing that much. They're changing like how they do things rather than what they do. So like not a whole lot of new systems being put in place. But yeah, I don't think many of the classes left are going to get a drastic change. I think they're going to get some smaller changes. Basically not playing beta anymore. Yeah, it's a bummer. I think a lot of people are in that same boat though. I get it. Like there's only 6 weeks left ish of beta, and then that's it. And then we're going to go into early access October 1st. So yeah, they've got a lot that they need to get in and tested and all that, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Time when you're a heavy StarCraft player, I have better finger keyboard mapping. Yeah, I mean that. I use mouse a lot, even in StarCraft though. But I know a lot of people use like they all the hotkeys and stuff. Or if you're playing like League of Legends, people have a lot of those hotkeys and. Where was that? That I mentioned something. What did I mention? You don't think they'll get them in? Yeah, I don't think that they're going to get all of the classes in by before early access. I mean, they might. What their goal is now, according to Sean, is to get these classes in as quickly as possible, where they have a foundation, so we know how they play. But I mean, they've got 9 classes left and 6 weeks. So, being last. Oh, he mentioned it yesterday on his stream, Sean's stream. So he mentioned an order of classes, how they're going to be coming out. Paladin, Inquisitor, Shaman are the next 3. And then, Shadow Knight and Ranger are going to be the last 2 that they do. That's the order that he mentioned. They may switch those around a little bit, but yeah. Some classes still have half-broken abilities. That's the other problem. That's the issue that I see is that, yeah, they're getting these classes in, but they're not getting in a good state, right? They're playable, but they're not good. Like, there's a lot of bugs. There's a lot of imbalance, stuff like that, which feels really bad. I wish that they wouldn't do that, but I mean, that's just how development goes, I guess. Yeah, we'll see. Did you make up your mind about being best rings, earrings pre-raid for fighter tanking? Did I make up my mind? I didn't know I was confused on that. Right now, the best rings, there's 3 rings that I know of that are good for tanks. There's 2 really prior to raiding. There's a quest ring, and then there's another one that's got, I think it's 5 strength, 5 agility, and 5 stamina. It's a really good ring. Now that they've nerfed rings and jewelry, which they needed to do because it was too good. I mean, after jewel crafting rework, yeah. There's the best ring to get. Well, there's a couple of them. There's the quest ring from the Ashira quest ring is good, and then there's another ring. I need to find out where it drops. But there's another ring that's got strength, stamina, and agility on it. That's probably the second best ring. Well, they're both good in their own respect. How you liking the cleric? I did not make one yesterday, no. I have a cleric that I have access to. Level 58 cleric, so I won't be making one most likely. But I do want to play it at some point. So we might get a group together today, and I might play that cleric some. There's several strong solo classes in Monsters of Memories. Yes, there are several of them. Crazy cleric procs, yeah. The cleric proc is just nuts. Supposedly, actually, I was looking at that Westmore. What proc are people talking about? Are they talking about using their hammer of the righteous or whatever, the divine hammer thing, or is it just the fulfillment proc thing that's going on? Or are you talking about the like piety when it procs? Because there's like it does several procs now, depending on different situations. But that piety proc is just crazy good. I like the MR ring because only casters do magic. Which MR ring is that? You're talking about the crafted one? A crafted magic resist ring? There are 2 procs that happen, and then there's a damage proc. Yeah, but like, I haven't had Piety for like, Piety doesn't proc, and the other buff doesn't proc just from melee. The only time I've gotten those is from casting the buff, whatever that buff is called. So, like, I don't understand how you're supposed to proc. It doesn't, I don't really see it where it explains that anywhere. The damage proc, like, I haven't seen the damage proc once. Like, where are we getting this damage proc from? Is it from the divine hammer that you summon and you're using that? Because I didn't see a damage proc ability when I looked at the cleric. So, I don't know. I was really confused by all the proc stuff that people are talking about. But I didn't look at it super long. Still can't figure out how to get them the proc moment. I can't figure it out. Sitting at the bank, and all of a sudden they'll doing no action at all. They just randomly get the piety. Which proc are you talking about? It's on their special attack ability. All right, I'll log into a cleric here in a second. We'll look at it because I was really confused by that. That's why I wanted to play it today to see if I could figure the class out some. A lot of things are buggy. A lot of things are extremely buggy. That's the issue I have right now with a lot of what they're doing. Is they're only getting them in kind of halfway, you know, and it feels bad. Here, let me camp out. I'll get on the cleric for a minute. I might try to play the cleric today anyway, so. Thought the Holy Strike they did at level 1 had a chance for lightning proc. That might be what it is, yeah. Randomly see massive damage with lightning bolts. Okay, let me look at it. It might be the lightning the Holy Strike. I wasn't doing the Holy Strike yesterday. So let's see. Oh my gosh. Opening error. Retry. What the heck is happening here? Oh my god. Hang on a second. Let me pull up my passwords. What? Did he change his password? I think he changed his password. I'll have to get his new password. Oh, wait. Was it on the wrong thing? No, I was on the right one. Let me try one more time. Nope, it worked. He didn't change his password. I'm just a dum-dum and didn't type it right. Locking me out of his account. How dare he? The Piety and Wrath will pop sometimes on abilities. Yeah, that's what I guess he moved himself to Fallen Pass. All right, so what I was noticing... Oh, gosh, he moved everything around. Stun, Divine Heal, Barrier, Holy Strike, Dispel Magic, Exceptional Heal, Divine Aegis, Shackle, Retribution, and then Gate. All right, let's do this. So Holy Strike, this is the one that I wasn't using. Strike down your target with holy energy, dealing 30% to 60% weapon damage. Yeah, see, it doesn't say that it does a proc on here, but I guess it does do a proc. Is that what we're finding out here? Is that it this can proc? Who do you say are the superior melee classes? Inquisitor seems interesting. If you want to just do melee damage, I would go Rogue, Ranger, Spellblade, Beastmaster. One of those. Strike will give you a random damage boost. Holy Strike can. Okay. So we have that, and then this is the one that I don't think Kaz knows, and this he wants to keep this on his bar. The Prayer of the Faithful. Is this the level 60? Yeah, it's the level 61. So you want to keep this on your bar, from what I understand. It's Prayer of the Faithful. And you want to cast it a bunch. Fighter is a tank. It is not a DPS class. There you go. So I got Piety right there by casting it. So like it's like you want to spam Prayer of the Faithful to get Piety right now. But can Piety come off of casting any spell? Or is it like any damaging spell? Like how does that work? Yeah, let's go find a mob that we can smack around. He has the level 1 of Prayer of the Faithful. Yeah, I bought all of the spells on him. So he's got all of them. Is there like a difference though, other than just mana cost? Yeah, 15 mana cost, 1.5 second cast, and this is 70. So it's just the mana cost, right? You can get it from sitting at the fire. No one really knows. Yeah, that's weird. You can get Piety from sitting at the fire, at a campfire. Let's get Devastate the Dead. No, we want to get Devastate this one. Two-hour cast. So if you're going to keep hitting it, you want to use the level 1. Well, yeah, you get the same buff though, right? The Piety. So you would put up this one and then you would spam the level 1 one just for the low mana cost. I believe that's what you're saying. And yes, that makes sense. So we could do Holy Smite. So what's this buff? Okay, so we got Fulfillment. The first one. Holy Smite hits for 107 damage. But this is the one we want to spam, right? And it randomly will do... It randomly will do like a big nuke. It hasn't done a nuke yet. Yeah, see this I just don't understand, like this has to be a bug. There you go. We got piety. It has to be a bug to get, like, you're not supposed to be spamming Prayer of the Faithful. There's no way that that is intended gameplay. I haven't seen the direct damage nuke go off once in all of that from the Holy Strike. Like, it hasn't gone off once. See, now we're cooking. We got crazy attack speed, tons of strength. This is dex size. He's got 23 dex. But he doesn't have a lot of dex. No! Dagnabbit. Get over here, buddy. Do clerics have lull? They do, yes. It's called pacify. I haven't seen a single proc from this Holy Strike thing. So I'm not sure, like, is there another buff that you have to get this proc to go off? These are green. These are just like super green. You feel spiritually connected to the divine. That's the fulfillment. There we go. That's it. Righteous Strike hits for 557 points of holy damage. Wait, I just did a double attack? Holy Strike and then Holy Strike. Does Holy Strike have a chance to go off twice? Is that... Because I definitely got a double Holy Strike. It has a chance to go off twice? Based on what? Like, how do you know this stuff? Is it this? Chance for fulfillment. Like, what's causing it to go off twice? seen it Holy Strike triple attack? Is it supposed to, or is it just doing that? Because that seems like it's not supposed to do that. Sean said next update is Paladin. Paladin, Inquisitor, and Shaman are the next 3. That's the order in which they're working on them. We don't know exactly for sure, but that's what he said. Yeah, I just feel like the Cleric is just confusing. Like, how do you know what's supposed to make certain things proc? Like, is it just meleeing a mob has a chance to do the strike, or do you have to Holy Strike? It seems like you have to Holy Strike to get the Righteous Strike to happen. And then I don't understand where the and how are you supposed to know that? Right? Like, where does it say anywhere that the Cleric... Oh, there it goes again. 333 holy damage. So where does it say anywhere that it's supposed to do that? Like, I just feel like they just didn't explain any of that. So Holy Strike is definitely the one that can cause the extra lightning strike thing. Which is fine. Like, I don't mind that. No, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about like what causes a thing to happen in like decks with RNG and all that. What I'm saying is, how are you supposed to know that you have an extra? Like, when you look at Holy Strike, strike down your target with Holy Energy, dealing this much damage, weapon ratio, plus this much holy damage, right? That's what Holy Strike does. Where in here does it say that it has an additional chance to do the lightning bolt thing? It doesn't. It literally does not say that. So how are you supposed to know that that's what that does? Like, I want to know what is causing that. Like, it's just literally not in the description. And then, why does it sometimes double attack with Holy Strike? It also does not say that it has a chance to double attack or anything like that. It's like, how... I guess for beta testing purposes, how are we supposed to know if that is correct or incorrect or a bug or what? Like, how... What is the... Like... We can't beta test this stuff if we don't know what it's supposed to do. Right? Like, you just literally don't know. Like, this is the, earmuffs for the kids, the half-ass kind of job that they've been doing on these classes lately. And this is where I'm getting frustrated. Is it's like... How is anybody supposed to know what these things are supposed to, how they're supposed to function? So there we go. We just got a lightning strike. I didn't even do anything, and I got a double lightning strike for Wrath and Piety from using just any ability, I guess. Okay. So like it's like using literally any ability can cause these things to happen. It seems like, right? So can I sit here and just cast, like, Dispel Magic? I wonder if that'll cause things to happen. The old ones work fine, but the newer ones now say there's no charges. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the... Yeah. I think I know why they did it, Esar. I was talking to Devore about that. I think the changes that they made in the... they made changes to the torches and stuff that NPCs can carry. And I think that's it. Another 333 righteous damage. All right, Dispel Magic doesn't seem to trigger the piety. Yeah, I think that's the change that they made, Isar, with the torches recently. So yeah, casting Dispel Magic doesn't seem to give you the buffs. But using Holy Strike did seem to give me a buff. Casting heals to increase these procs would be nice to control when it does. Well, you could just spam this prayer of healing, or this right here, Prayer of the Faithful, though. If you spam that, you'll get the buffs. Which is kind of silly. It's like really silly gameplay. So if we do Prayer of the Faithful 1, this is the 15 mana version. And it shouldn't overwrite Prayer of the Faithful 7 that I have. Yeah, see, we just got the Wrath there. So that's what I want to know is like what spells can cause which buffs to happen. You can sit at a campfire and it'll randomly give you the buff too. I'm only getting Wrath with the low level Faithful. I'm wondering if every 6 seconds while you're sitting at a campfire, do I have wood? If every 6 seconds while you're sitting at a campfire, because it gives you that buff, that's considered part of it. Yeah, I'm not getting piety at all from casting this. I'm just getting Wrath, which is weird. Here we go. We got piety finally. Okay. So you can get piety from casting the low level version. Can you reset it, I wonder, while it's going? I assume you can, because I was doing that with Wrath. So you just continue to constantly spam this, which is silly. Okay, so that's how that works. If we can do a low-level spell, a low-level heal, that's going to be even nuttier, right? Because then you can spam heal somebody and maintain mana. So where's my low-level heal? That would be up here in the front. So if we do like minor heal, which costs 10 mana. Whoops. And I can cast it every 1.5 seconds. That's 25 health every 1.5 seconds. Let's see if I can get piety from this. I don't know if you can. their theory on it. Yeah, that's why we're testing it now. No, you're good. Like that, I don't want to hear theories. I want to hear actual, like this is how it works. It doesn't seem that casting a heal spell can trigger it so far. Because I haven't gotten anything triggered from a heal spell. You're sitting at West Bank. I mean, you might like that. That's another thing we got to test. I want to sit by a fire and see what happens. Cleric's supposed to be helped randomly by their god. Yes, they are, and that's those spells we were just talking about: the piety and the wrath buffs that you can get. That's their random help, and then their divine strike. Or whatever, righteous, whatever, retribution, whatever it's called. You don't get help from healing, clearly, because I'm not getting any type of thing from healing. So this is definitely not causing it to go off. All right, so let's get rid of that. Let's do divine or blessed barrier. This is going to have a cooldown on it, though, so it's going to be harder to test. Let's go camp something. Yeah, let's go. I'm down. I'm down, Charlie Brown. I'm just trying to figure out what causes the wrath and the piety. So far, Holy Strike and that one faithful skill have caused those two to happen. I don't think that the casting the faithful skill is supposed to cause it to happen, though. I don't see this blessed barrier doesn't seem to be doing anything either. Okay, I'm going to say that Blessed Barrier and Healing don't do anything, at least on that initial testing. Let me find a low-level buff. Like lesser resilience. Yeah, I feel like what it's supposed to be is when you use Holy Strike, you have a chance of getting those procs. It seems like is the only one that's supposed to work that way. Which would make sense, kinda. Kinda silly. But, you know, it just means that a melee cleric can do spell animation procs for cleric are freaking amazing. It makes the class so much more fun to play. Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't seem like the buffs are doing it. I wonder if Divine Aegis can do it. Even it's a super long cooldown. This game looks great. Might try it out. How much is the sub and what's the game size? It's going to be $15 a month starting October 1st. And right now they've got about 20% of what they want for 1.0 in the game. Soul Exhaustion. What the heck is this? What? Is it 50 gigabytes? Oh, the size of the actual game? No, it's only like 5 gigs. It's pretty small. It's free right now. If you get into the beta, it's free right now. It's invite access only. So what you do is go to monstersmemories.com and make an account, and you can opt in for the beta. They do a drawing every Friday to try the game out. All right, what about this lesser? I wonder if this can do it. Let's try that. Oh, I don't have the token yet. Has anybody found the tokens? Any clerics that have found the Blessing of Divinity, these tokens? It requires Token of Devotion. And I couldn't find them in town. Just join the stream. Are you trying to get a proc right now? Yeah. We're working on trying to figure out how the procs actually work. What can cause them, what doesn't cause them. So far, healing doesn't cause them. Buffing doesn't cause them. Unless you use specifically the Prayer of the Faithful buff. That does cause it. I'm wondering if like a low-level damaging ability like this would do it. Let's find out. If casting like... nukes will give you the buff or not. You've only noticed it when you melee? It seems like it's a melee thing. But it's like, is it when you use Holy Strike specifically? Or any type of auto attack can do it? And the Faithful buff will definitely trigger it. And I don't think it's supposed to. So I think that's part of the thing. So I'm going to try it today a little bit. I'm going to see if we can. Anybody in group? Anybody looking for a group that's around level 50 plus? Esar is going to try to put a group together, and I'll play with him some class. Cleric if I can, but if not, I'll play a tank or whatever. You're low level. Notice them on Holy Strike specifically. It seems like Holy Strike is the intended way to do it. Which would make sense because Holy Strike's got a pretty long cooldown on it. So if you're meleeing as a cleric and you get a Holy Strike proc and it happens to be Piety, then you can maintain your mana that way. But it's so random that you may not get the proc and then you're going to run out of mana. All right, I don't think Smite the Dead is going to do it. I need to play Criddle. Ghoul's not available. All right, I can play Criddle. That's fine. I'll play Kaz later on if we get a tank or something. Yeah, this doesn't seem like it's doing anything. All right, so let's do Holy Strike. Oh, okay, that's fulfillment proc. That's normal. Burn parchment scrap. Which one is this? Oh, that's the common, one of the common ones. All right, so yeah, this is definitely bugged though. Is this right here? Because I can spam Prayer of the Faithful and get Piety and Wrath, which you kind of want to spam this right now anyway until they fix it. There it is. There's Piety. I wonder if auras are setting it off because it's time as a group. Beast Lord. Every time he got back in range, I got his speed boost and it was causing it to cast. It might be that, yeah. Like, it could be when you get buffed. There could be a lot of triggers to it. I've gotten different procs, melee haste, strength, and mana regen. I agree with you about the random nature. It'd be nice to know how to increase one's chance. So, yeah, what you do right now, from what my little testing that we just did, you want to be meleeing and use Holy Proc or Holy Strike. Here, let me make these bigger. So you want to be meleeing and use Holy Strike on cooldown. This has a chance to trigger Piety and Wrath, which are your two buffs. And it has a chance to trigger your Retribution nuke thing that it does, which does a ton of damage. Also right now, and I think this is bugged, this skill, Prayer of the Faithful, has a chance to give you Piety or Wrath, which are the buffs. Those seem to be the only things that can cause the buffs to happen from my initial testing here. You pretty much want to cast this Prayer of the Faithful just non-stop right now when you're in a group. It's completely bugged. But you do have to cast it a bunch. There we go. We got Piety. You do have to cast it a bunch, which is why I think maybe some of these other skills might do it, and I'm just getting bad RNG. But like this one, you cast it enough, and it just goes off. So... But if you're fighting a bunch of mobs, you can just sit here, spam this, and cast Holy Strike non-stop. Just put that into a macro and spam it while you're fighting stuff. You'll add a little bit of damage, and you keep your buffs up. But they're going to fix this. Yeah, they're going to fix the prayer thing. They've got to. But it's... Yeah, I mean, it doesn't go off a ton, it seems like. waiting on Criddle. You guys ready? All right, let me... Oops. Let me get on my tank. We're gonna play the tank for a bit. I'll try to play the cleric again soon. Oh man, I am tired. Still room for one more? All right. We got a spot for one if anybody wants to join us. One spot. Let me get over here. Back on Criddle. Night Harbor. Oh my goodness. I think that's it. I believe that is it. Wait, what can I... I need to make a, that's fine. I'll do it later. It's not a big deal right now. I need to make some, enchants. Have you had both of them go off at the same time yet? Yes. Yeah, I had Wrath and Piety trigger at the same time. Can't see anything in the sandstorm? Yeah, it's, the sandstorms are rough. Very, very true. Very true. I kind of want to try out with the shield again today. Maybe move some abilities around and see how it is with the shield. I need to get my my shield skill or my block skill up more too to 300 to try that out, because raids are going to be coming in soon. So let's do that today. Let's do the shield for a little bit. We'll do it with the Fester Clasp and the shield. And then we'll have to figure out what abilities we want to go with. Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough because I have to take off like my my kick or something. Well, not my kick. Probably clobber. We don't have enough ability slots at this point. So if I want to go like full defensive, I think I need at least 3 slots. I need 2 more slots for sure. I've got a couple of them, yeah. 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 Yeah, it's on one of my alts in town. Yeah, that's on that's on the alts in town. It's on one of my bank vendors or guys. I think it's on Bago. Put it all together on there. Yeah, I can log him in. Does she want to meet over there, or do you want me to grab it? Yeah, I can grab it from town. I'm not too far. I can go back and swap it around real quick. Are the ones that are broken, do they still give the 5 HP regen? Yeah, that's got to be from the changes that they made with lights recently. Yeah, that's silly. With multi-group encounters starting to phase back in, do you know if the team deciding to move away from level locked encounters? It seems like the bone construct was to be targeted for 60. Yeah, they do want to get away from level locked encounters. They don't want to have any level locked stuff in this game. That's not the intention. So they're going to try to get away from that. Yes, that is the plan. No, I don't have any invites to the beta, unfortunately. The devs did not give me any. I know they gave a few to some of the streamers, but they have not given me any at all. All right, let me switch over to swap with Dorencia. It should be on my bank mule. Got no feedback on your email. Don't even know if it worked. Yeah, you're opted in. If you did the opt-in thing on their website, you're in. It's just it's a big list of people. There won't be any feedback unless you actually get into it. Where'd she go? I just saw her here in town. She disappeared. Oh. Yeah, it's kind of silly. Yeah, you've gotten a bunch of them for sure. Oh, did it not work? Oh, shoot. Hang on. We're going to have to do this a weird way. This is really silly. It's weird that it says 0 of 1 like right on the thing too. Why is she disappearing? Every time I load back in on Bago, she's gone. It's weird. There she is. All right. We're done swapping stuff around. She's hyperactive. Yeah, it was like her character was disappearing. I didn't know what was going on. It was weird. We couldn't target her or anything. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's roll. So now we got to figure out what abilities I want to put on. And I guess with the shield bash, shield block, shield bash is on a 20-second cooldown, and it interrupts, right? Yeah, it's also interrupts. Guess I can get rid of stun. You can only do 5 lines, though. We're going to have to change this around some. Maybe I won't worry about... Sense heading today. What's my sense heading at? I got it like 80 something, I think. Since it's 87 already. Eating bread rolls, drinking water skins, but I'm not getting any mana or life. Maybe it's for a different purpose. Yeah, this isn't like World of Warcraft at all. You have to just have food and water in your inventory to survive. Otherwise, you'll get a buff up here, or a debuff, in the top right that'll say you are hungry or thirsty. If you are hungry, you will not regain health, and if you are thirsty, you will not regain mana. But mana regen and health regen are much slower. You don't just drink and eat to gain a lot. Not like World of Warcraft. It's very different than that. Some classes don't get meditation skill until several levels in, which helps mana regen. Yeah. Yeah, you'll get meditation at level 4 or 8, depending on your class. The claw, this is Festering Clasp. Or Fester Clasp. No tooltip for the actual spell skills. If you right click and hold over a skill, it'll pop this up. So you can see what they do. You do the same thing from your right from your book, like just right click and hold. See, I'm going to try to add... I'm going to work on my shield stuff today. So I'm going to try to add to that. I'm curious, like DPS-wise, I think offhand is still going to be better. But I'm curious like how much Shield Bash is going to do damage-wise. Shields are nice in DOC and Warhammer. Yeah, they're making them better here, but they're still not great. They only reduce 50% of the damage taken when you block. And I don't seem to block very often. But my shield skill is also only at like 200 and something. And it goes up to 300 now. So I need to level it up and see. Like see how often it actually does block. And see if it's worth it. It might be worth it. I don't know. Thank you for the invis. It's perfect timing. Oh no, I'm starting to appear. Oh boy. Alright, we're good. We're good to the IVU rock at least. Well, I don't know, there's a couple more mobs over there. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I mean, you want to have as much defense as possible, and shields add a lot of armor class now. So I want to figure out like how much armor class factors in. But this one has 68 armor class, which is a lot. That's almost like 15 to 20% bonus armor class. How many times are they going to have spells disappearing bug? I don't know, but it's really annoying. It was doing that to me yesterday with Kaz's spells. When I was adding in Kaz's spells to his book, it kept making them disappear. It was annoying. Oh, invisibility. Okay, let me put in, let's take out Clobber and I guess Unnerving Shout. And we're going to put in Shield Bash and Shield Block. And we're going to add in those here. So cast 6, cast 8, and we're going to cast those on cooldown. And we're going to put them right there. Yeah, Unnerving Shout almost feels like it's not worth it. I mean, it's 5% damage reduction, but it just doesn't seem worth it. They supposedly fixed crosscut too. This is supposed to do more damage now. So we need to test this out. But I still don't think it's worth it. So I might try that. But we'll do that in replace of Faint. Is block chance better now? When they increased the skill cap, yes, it made it better. But it's still not great. And another issue is too, I'm not going to have as much strength because of using a shield instead of a weapon. So I'm losing out on like 11 strength from that, which isn't a lot, but it adds up. Feel invisibility in this game is the worst unless you have a bard. Why? Because it fades early. It can be annoying for sure. It can definitely be annoying. I'm curious. Open this up. We want to go combat, abilities, detrimental, mine. Curious how much damage these things are doing. So Faint is hitting for 120. Rend is hitting for 77. Shield Bash for 108. I think that's it. And then Frenzy. Whenever Frenzy... Oh, I need to switch from this to this. So I get my... Make sure we're getting our vengeance. If you're playing a fighter right now, guys, make sure that you swap your stances. Otherwise, you won't get vengeance. Like every time you zone, just swap your stance on and off. I want to see how much I'm blocking too. Let's see, my hits or hit me. I'm going to watch the hit me. I think block will come up on the hit me thing. It should. Maybe we can get our block chance up today. Block, yeah, 209. We'll see what it does. So 108 damage is what the shield block is doing. That or shield bash. That's supposed to be based on the AC, based on your shield's armor class plus 30. And increasing your threat, interrupting spells, preventing them from casting spells. Okay. So if it's armor class plus 30... and we're doing 108. And then I'm getting plus 10 from something else, it seems like, because... yeah, that's more... it should be 98 based on just those things. The EQ Legends community manager made everyone mad today? Shocked. Color me shocked. Can we do all trade skills in one tune? Yes. Yes, you can. When EA comes out, yes. So you can do that now and for early access. There's no plans right now to like limit your trade skills. How good is the Magician doing on damage? So the Elementalist, it does pretty decent damage. Its pet is decent damage, and then it also has nukes on top of that. We haven't gotten the deep dive for the Elementalist yet, so it's going to change a lot. And that could go up, it could go down, it could stay the same. We don't really know. A lot of the classes right now are in a balancing phase, so it kind of feels bad at the moment. I imagine that the Elementalist damage will probably stay about the same, though. I don't think it's going to really drastically change. But its Wind Pet or Air Pet gives you by far the best buff if you're in a melee heavy group. And this isn't a melee heavy group by any means, but if you have a lot of melee, the Air Pet gives you a chance to attack again with your main hand weapon. So not like... yeah, it's just every time you swing your main hand weapon, you have a chance to attack a second time. So it's different from double attack. I don't feel like I'm getting a lot of vengeance. Yeah, we're definitely blocking more often, too. Let's do hits and misses. We're going to do that in one thing here. So we can see how often we're blocking. Oops. Well, whatever. Just kill this. Mine disappeared already on me. Combat, melee, hits me, misses me. Because I do seem to be blocking more, which is a very good thing. But that's still with only 200 and something skills, so. Oh, that 211 now is what I'm at. That should cap out relatively quickly if I keep using it. I always like Magician EQ. Does the Bard class on here do manual twisting? Yeah, it's all manual twisting. The Bard right now is a bad class. There's no melody. There's a couple of tools for pulling, but it's not a lot. Its damage is low. Like, it's just not a very good class at the moment. Yeah, I would not recommend playing the Bard to most people. Now it's been a few days. How do you, Nisir, like the fighter monk changes? Have TTK changed a lot, better or worse? TTK has barely changed at all recently. I like the fighter changes overall. I think it's good. They added some defense to it, which is nice. Excuse me. They added some defense to it, so that's really good. There's just not a lot of... Now the issue is we don't have enough space on our ability bar, which is fine. You have to choose whether you're going to be offensive tanking or defensive tanking. If you're going to go defensive tanking, then you're going to be losing out on... some of your abilities. So like you just have to pick and choose abilities. Whereas previously it was like, here's clearly the best abilities that you have. There's still several abilities that are absolutely worthless though. That you're never going to put on your bar. You love your hands, Bard is a no. Yeah, Bard is awful right now. I would not recommend playing Bard. As far as the monk, though, is concerned, like, the monk is good. Oh, my gosh. The monk is good, but its new abilities are on a longer cooldown, which make it feel kind of bad. Like, its Iron Fist ability has a 10-minute cooldown for only a 1-minute duration, basically making it worthless. You don't really want to put it on your bar. Like, honestly, it should just be a, it should just be a, yeah, like, it should, yeah, Esar's telling me kind of in my ear right now. It should remove the damage shield or negate it for the entire party or something like that. For a 10-minute cooldown, it should be a lot stronger. Do they want monk stance dancing? I don't think so, no. Like, from what I was reading and the way I was looking at it, I don't think monks really are going to be stance dancing. Maybe, like, switch to your defensive stance when you're pulling, and then get offensive stance while you're combat, and then when you go back to pulling, switch your defensive stance just so you can take more hits. But not in, like, mid-combat. You're not going to be doing it. Like, switch to a stance, use an ability. Switch to another stance, use an ability. Now that's more like... Spellblade will be doing more of that kind of stuff. Might change. I want to try something. What is this ability? Macro. What is this? Alright, we can take this off. We can take this off. Oh, whoops. I'm gonna try something here. I think I can take, yeah, we're going to do that too. Let's go here, go to our macro, take this, attack on. About to try something. Oops, is that thing still on? Hopefully not airplane pilot. Nope, nope. We're not flying planes today. Now, I'm trying out a different macro. So I can have a Juggernaut taunt macro. So I taunt the mob, go Juggernaut like this right here. So I do that. And I taunt the mob. And then I have my Juggernaut up, which gives me 10% or 20% more threat for 10 seconds. But I taunt it. So basically I go in, taunt it, get the extra threat, then start using my abilities. The way I had it before is it would just kind of spam the abilities. I don't like how far you have to get for Juggernaut, though. I feel like Juggernaut needs to be a different range. 20 range is really far. So, like, I have to look around and make sure that I have 20 range to do stuff. Like when I go here, this Blight Warden, for example, I got to come way back here to be able to do it. Which is kind of annoying. Anyone said anything about the Cleric Righteous Strike attacks for large damage working as intended, or if it was overtuned? I think it's clearly overtuned, but I don't think it goes off enough to really where it's going to make a huge difference. I don't know anybody that's like stacked up their deck super high though to see how often they can get it to go off. But at most, it can only go off once every, whatever, 15 seconds or whatever it is. Which is... because you can only get it from your Holy Strike ability. So it doesn't go off like a ton. But when it does go off, it is absolutely a massive damage. So probably should be tuned. It should be something based on your level or something like that. On a level 58 Cleric, I had it go off a few times, and it was doing like 330 damage or something. So... How long is Juggernaut for? Is that for 10 seconds? 10 seconds with 20 seconds. Oh, yep, that's not good. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, I was doing that with Gate on my other guy, Beastmaster. Yeah, Gate casts way too much. Oh, whoops, I hit the wrong button there. Oh, well. Yeah, I'll put one of those on my Beastmaster if nobody needs it. But if people need it, of course, they can have it first. Happy with the fighter changes? I'm indifferent. It's not a huge change, but I am glad that they made them a little bit more defensive. Not like a crazy amount more defensive. They basically just added in the shield block ability. So every 20 seconds, you have like a, well, at level 60 anyway. Every 20 seconds, I have a 350 point damage shield. Or whatever, absorption shield. So that definitely makes them more tanky, which is nice. But overall, not a lot changed on them. They added in, you know, the shield block or shield bash now does it interrupts. But the thing is, you're not really going to be using the shield bash if you're holding a shield. You're not going to be using shield bash as an interrupt. You're going to be using it for threat. So you're still going to want to use kick. It's just nice when it happens to be able to interrupt something. But yeah, overall, they added in a lot of abilities. Like, there's just... They added in several new abilities, and it's you now don't know what skill you want to use. Like, I can't put defense on my bar anymore. I used to always have that on my bar. So I would have to take away something. Like, if I'm going up against a raid fight, I would probably take kick off my bar, and I would not be doing the interrupting. That would be, I would leave that to somebody else in the raid, and I would put defense on my bar in that case. Plenty of other people available to do interrupts in a raid situation. Exactly. Yeah. So like, it's the way that they have like the fighter set up now is you can choose to be an offensive tank or a super defensive tank. I would say that in most settings, you're going to want to be an offensive tank when you're doing like DPS groups or XP groups. Most of the time, you're going to do that. But you probably will want to go as a defensive tank for like the more challenging fights. You know, like if you're going up against something very hard, swap a few abilities around and have those on your bar for that. So I like that there's a choice. I think that's a good idea, but something that I've said many times about other classes is classes shouldn't be able to dip into another class's role. So like if you have a fighter that can go into an offensive stance and be as good as a DPS class, that's not good. So I just want to make sure that they balance that, you know, like otherwise it's going to feel really bad for certain classes. Still be blamed for not snaring. Yeah, I have no space on my bar for that snare ability. It's a 1 minute cooldown with a 6 second snare. It's just not worth it. There's no place on my bar. I will never use that skill. If it was a 6 second cooldown with a 6 second snare or something, then I would probably use it. Like if you could maintain snare, or even like a 10 second cooldown with a 6 second snare. But with 60 seconds, there's no place on my bar for it. I've got other abilities that I'm using way, way, way more often. Like as you see right now, I'm basically using every one of my abilities every pull. Except for kick. Kick is the only one that I'm not using every pull. I only use that when there's a spellcaster. So outside of that though, yeah, you just don't have space in the bar. Love the game forces hard choices like that. Yeah, I mean, I like that. I think it's good. They just got to make sure they balance it. But today, I decided today we're going to try out with the shield, using shield bash and using shield block. I like that shield bash and shield block are on separate cooldowns. That's also very nice. At least I think they are. Let me double check. They are not. So shield bash and shield block are not on separate cooldowns, which is poopy. So you kind of have to pick and choose which one you want to do, you know, which feels kind of bad. Like, do you want to have more threat or do you want to have more defense? You know? So I'll probably take one of those off. Which one is going off? I think my... Hold on a second, let me look. Cast 6 and then cast... Yeah, so right now I'm getting Shield Bash. I'm using that one, and I'm not really using Shield Block at all. Second Wind ability is interesting. What's the cooldown on it? Cooldown is only 30 seconds, so it's actually really good. But it doesn't heal for much right now. It's broken. And you can't really use Frenzy... if you use... Well, you can use Frenzy. But, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to explain. It just doesn't do a lot right now because it doesn't heal for a lot. It's supposed to heal for like 50 every 2 seconds for 10 seconds at level 60. Plus stamina bonus. And it currently does 20. On my level 60 fighter. So, not good. Yeah, you can con the monster to find out what level it is. Or what it... You can con it to find out what level it is compared to you. So, if you target a monster and hit C for consider, it will... The text will come up. And it'll say, like, in your dialogue box, your text box... It'll say this monster is, you know, easy or hard or whatever. And it'll also have a color associated with it. So the text itself will be a certain color. It goes light green, light blue, dark blue, white if it's the exact same level as you, yellow, and then red in that order. So if it's super, super low level compared to you, it'll be light green. A few levels higher than that, it'll be dark green. A few levels higher than that, it'll be light blue, and then dark blue, and so on. So it will not give you the exact level. Unless you happen to be the same level as the mob, then it'll be a white. And it'll tell you that. But yeah, I feel like... I don't know. I feel like now we have... Yeah, Shield Bash and Shield Block, I feel like need to be on different cooldowns. I understand why they're not. But holding Threat is going to be difficult without using Shield Bash. It's going to be very difficult to do if you're trying to one-handed weapon and hold a shield. So you want to be using Shield Bash to get the threat, but Block is definitely going to reduce the amount of damage you take. Like if I do Block, boom. So now if I get hit, which I'm probably not going to get hit a lot right now, and it only lasts for 5 seconds. So you kind of, it's really, Shield Block is only good for like big raid and very tough fights. So I'm not finding it very useful personally. I think I'm only going to use that in like raid settings. Use a shield. And really only use it at the start of the fight until the mob's debuffed. And then once the mob's debuffed, probably switch back over to dual wield. It'll probably be better that way. It would be good in soloing, yeah. If you were soloing, I would say that go Shield Block. No, you don't need Shield Bash in that situation. You would just go Shield Block every 20 seconds. You would use that. And then every time that you have a second wind up, you would use that. So that you get... Oh, that thing's going to gate. Oh my god. It gated, like... I tried to interrupt it and it missed. You know if there are plans to add a spell like Levitate? No. Right now, no plans for a Levitate spell. There might do like a slow fall type of spell. They might do that. But it's going to be very different than EverQuest Levitate. Extremely different. But yeah, light soloing on the fighter is actually now possible. I would say that, you know, you're not going to be fighting like really tough enemies, but if you go up against an enemy with shield block and second wind, you'll be able to kill a mob slowly and maintain your health. The issue with that right now, though, that I've seen is if you go dual wield, you're going to kill the mob faster. So I would almost recommend going dual wield because it just depends on how often you're going to block. If you block often enough and you use your shield block, if that can prevent more damage than killing the mob faster, then it's definitely worth it. But from what I tested, it doesn't kill the mob fast enough to prevent extra damage. You're better off still going dual wield, from what I could tell. I really think that the shield tanking is really only going to be used in like high-end, very challenging fights. I don't see really using it otherwise. I do need to mess around with it, though. If I can get on my fighter one day and just kill some, like, light blue stuff, maybe try to find something that's dark blue and try to fight it and see how it goes. Difference between lore and unique on an item. Lore means you can only have one equipped. Unique means you can have one on your character. So you can carry around as many lore items as you want, but you can only equip one at a time. I like the shield updates. It'll be interesting to see if they make paladins the best tank for shields versus fighters. We'll have to see. Yeah, they might. They might do something like that. End up making Paladins... that could end up making Paladins the overall best tank in the game. If they give them a lot of shield skills, especially defensive shield skills. So we'll have to see. But they could also make them more like Holy Avengers, where they do more offensive stuff with their shield rather than defensive stuff with their shield. I really do think that they're going to make Paladins the overpowered tank. In which case, I might end up playing a Paladin on live. We'll have to see what they do with it. But it definitely... they could make it very strong. Which I have a feeling that they will probably end up doing. Honestly. Paladins have been really weak so far throughout the game. Yeah, so we'll see what they do. They have quite a few more classes to rework before their October 1st release date. They do, yeah. They've got 9 left to do. Which is 9 too many, because we're not going to have a lot of time to test them out, unfortunately. If there's a difference between shield size that you are aware of, other than stats, yeah, there is. It's the armor class, which are stats. That's the difference between them. Like a buckler has less armor class than a like kite shield, and then tower shields have the most armor class. It's been 2 to 3 classes every month so far, so surely they have to speed it up. Yeah, they're gonna have to speed it up. They're way behind, way behind. Sean did say they're trying to get all the classes in before early access, at least a foundation to them. They're not going to be balanced. The balance is going to be all over the place, so don't expect that. But at least we will know how the class is going to play. Which kind of the most important part is how it's going to play, but we still kind of need to know which ones are going to be the best at what, you know? And that's gonna feel really bad, depending on how they do it. I just want to know how they play for sure. Yeah, they should add a way to see how much aggro you have. Like a number, like a threat meter, like or Final Fantasy 14 has. I don't think they're ever gonna do that. I mean, yeah, that's kind of an opinion thing. Some people would like it. Some people won't like it. Final Fantasy 14 doesn't have a threat meter. WoW might. I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy 14 has a threat meter. It's the dots, though. They're like little dots on your character. You can see who has the most threat, who has the second most, or like whoever's below you is like a blue dot. A yellow dot means they're getting close. Red dot means that you have threat. That kind of thing. Like, it's not an actual, like, numerical threat meter. But it tells you, like, who's close to pulling threat. But threat doesn't really matter in Final Fantasy. Like, a tank is always going to have threat. Just the way that they work. Hey, what's going on, Kazu? How are you? Is that Guild Wars? This right here? No, this is Monsters of Memories. Any thoughts on best character traits? I have a lot of thoughts on them. They're going to get reworked, though. All the traits are going to get reworked for early access. So I don't know if that's going to happen before early access starts or like when that's going to happen, but they're all going to get reworked. It needs to happen by the time early access starts because we're going to be picking our traits, you know, starter traits. But that said, Magic Resist is definitely a very, very good trait to have for anybody. Just for breaking mez, breaking stuns and snares, and breaking a lot of things, you can use Magic Resist. So that's a good one for sure. The intelligent and wise and dexterous and strength and those are good now for different things, but it's only 15 seconds and it's like a 10-minute cooldown. So for 15 seconds, you could do bonus damage. So you could get like some extra burn damage. Like a 50% increase in those stats is good. The problem with it is when you cap those stats, will we get a bonus after capping the stat? So like if I have, let's say, 255 strength and I use the strength buff, will that increase my strength above 255? If it doesn't, then it's not worth it. Same thing with intelligence or wise. If you can't go over that cap, they're worthless skills. So that's why a lot of people say Magic Resistance is the best one, which I agree that Magic Resistance is a very, very good one. Overall, probably the best. For a tank, I would say the agility one is really good because agility is actually very strong for tanking to avoid damage. But, you know, it's just a matter of if it's stronger than other options. The Magic Resistant one is probably overall the best one to take, though. I would say. What do we find? We're just getting XP right now, mostly, and then we're killing a couple of named that spawn here. We're not really looking for anything in particular. The chess piece from Gora is supposed to be Abyss for you? Okay, so there you go. We want to get the chess piece from Gora for Vor. There's some decent stuff, though, that drops here. Like, it's worth doing. Like, there's a good melee charm that you can put in your range slot Very good for melee classes. There's the chess piece. There's boots. Well, no, the boots drop in a different location. There's a couple things over here though that are decent. I do really like this Juggernaut ability now, though. I think that was the best overall change to the fighter. Is instead of just charge, like charge was worthless. It was not worth using at all. But Juggernaut is absolutely worth using. Because it reduces the amount of damage you take at the start of a fight for 10 seconds, and it increases your threat. So you gain more threat, keeps the mob on you, allows melee to attack sooner, so that's good, and reducing the amount of damage until you can get the mob debuffed. So it gives you like 10 seconds to get the mob debuffed. And it's not like a lot of damage reduction, but it's enough, you know, to be helpful. So yeah, I really do like that. Fellow Pantheon player here, and as of last weekend, I got my invite for Monster Memories. I'm loving it. Awesome. Glad that you were enjoying that. I am never planning to play Pantheon again. I don't think that they're ever going to come out in 1.0, but if they do come out in 1.0, I'll at least I'll look at it. I'll give it a little look-see. Oh, nice. Vor just got to level 60. Congrats, Vor. That means that Dorencia should be not far behind, hopefully. Wait, how did Isar get aggro? What the heck? Just taunted that. Oh, I think he's lazy assisting. Isar, you lazy assisting me. How dare you? Let's go Defiler. Does the Shield Bash preventing them from casting spells in the same school? I wonder if it has to interrupt like Kick does to prevent them from casting spells, or if it's just always just does it. Oh shoot. I tried to kick that one. I think we got it. I can't do that one. I don't know. Definitely chain casting fear. Any good drops from the names? There's a couple good drops, yeah, that can come here. Oh my gosh. Hate when taunt resists. As soon as they changed their policy and server wipe, I stopped playing and was waiting for the spring launch. I feel like Brad passed away, completely lost it. Yeah, Pantheon's done, man. It's done, unfortunately. competition, competition between companies is good, but unfortunately, in my opinion, Monsters and Memories does not have any competition anymore. It just doesn't. So. I would like to see it for sure. Last night I came out in an open desert north over Night Harbor. The sun was coming up. It took my breath away. I have so many. Yeah, the graphics in this game actually look really good. People say that the graphics, they're like, oh, these just look like EverQuest. Nah, have you played EverQuest recently? This looks way better. Way better. It is old school, like low poly count graphics. I will absolutely admit that, but the graphics look a lot better. AOA, the closest thing, but their development approach is just way slower. It's, yeah, way slower. For sure. Surprising percentage of people I know, both betas prefer AOA. A lot of people do like AOA a lot, yeah. So we'll see what happens with AOA. Their development process is a lot slower. They're very far away from getting into even beta, let alone like an actual early access with a good release product. But some things about AOA are really good. So we'll just have to see what happens with it. I think though AOA is going to be more solo friendly than Monsters and Memories is. I think people see old screenshots and placeholders still in development, but the game has come such a long way and will continue to improve. Yeah, I think this game's beautiful. Like I love the art style of it, and ZBrush here does a lot of the art for it. And I'm not saying that because he's here. I actually do like the art style of Monsters and Memories. I can't get that one. Can't get it. Yeah, we got to focus here for a second. We got a fear go off and pulled extra mobs. I think those people are also talking about character models, but they'll get there. Well, like, it's kind of weird. I feel like people look at the old style of graphics and the lower poly count and just assume bad graphics. But that's not necessarily the case, you know? But I think that's what people, they put graphics into one big category, and there's differences of graphics, different types of graphics, different way of doing it. Like some people would say that cell shading, for example, is bad graphics, and some people would think that cell shading is good. I actually like the way that cell shading looks. especially when they did it years ago. They made, that was kind of a new way of doing things, and I always liked it. But graphics they're different, and they're gonna have different tastes. Some people like to have a Picasso, and other people want to have a Rembrandt. Or somebody else might want to have Michelangelo. Just they're different styles of art. And it looks great. Love the style. Yeah, I do too. Also looks way better when playing it yourself, I feel like. Which one? AOA does? Yeah, AOA is Adrulan Online Adventures. Or Adrulan, however you want to pronounce it. It's, when you first look at it, you're going to think, oh, this is just a Minecraft clone. It's nothing like Minecraft. It plays more like Monsters and Memories or an EverQuest. It looks like Minecraft. So some people are going to like that. Some people aren't going to like that. Kind of on that same note of graphics. I am not a fan of the blocky graphics. I don't like it. It just feels weird to me. But some people like it. But I would not play a game because of the blocky Minecraft graphics. Like that doesn't bother me. I prefer not to have the blocky Minecraft graphics, but voxel style, yeah. Shoot, I used to really dislike Zelda Wind Waker art style, but now it's aged so well. It looks so good. Yeah, a lot of people didn't like that cell shading style that they did for Wind Waker. I don't know. I like it. I think it looks cool. It works in a game like Zelda, And so there's some other games that works in as well. Oh, yay, sunlight. Now I'm not going to be able to see it all in my game. Yay. What you doing? No, that sounds really fun for you. I still got to fold up my pile over there. Yeah. What's the other little brat doing? Oh, is he just in his room? Has he come out at all? Oh, okay, well that's good. Good for him. Zelda had the hardware limitations, so it helped them make a game still look good minus the fog. Yeah. Any great places to do price checks? I feel like auction is all over the place. Auction is just whatever people want to price something at. But no, there's no real good way to do price checks. Somebody tried to make a website to list items on and stuff. I don't know if they're still working on that website or not. But somebody was going to do that and then you might be able to go there and see what things have sold for, almost like an eBay of Monsters and Memories. But I don't think it was received well within the community. Because people want you to be in game and that kind of thing. Like they want you doing it that way. So no, right now it's just whatever you feel like it's worth. That's your price check. Feel like people aren't honest and are ripping your butt off. They are. They absolutely are. I saw somebody just the other day, a couple days ago, trying to sell 50 foot of hempen rope. And I was like, why? Why are you trying to sell 50 foot of hempen rope? Because it's used in a quest, but I feel like what they're trying to do is say, hey, you need this for a quest, and they're trying to sell it to people. Anyway, I feel like people are just trying to rip people off. Constantly doing it. You just buy it from a vendor, by the way. The rope that you need, you just buy it. You get it from the vendor by giving them like 1 silver. And I think you have to do that part of the quest to actually advance the quest. So, like, if you buy the hempen rope for whatever that guy was selling it for, I don't know if it would work. Hang on, I gotta pay attention to fear. Yeah, this thing casts fear too much. People trying to get multiple platinum for anything is insane. It is, yeah. The only people you're going to be able to sell something from multiple plat are going to be like level 60 players that have been playing a bunch, or people that do a lot of trading and auctioning and stuff, and they're just constantly selling and that kind of thing. You're not going to sell something for multiple plat. Getting 1 platinum in this game prior to level 60 is very difficult to do. I mean, you can. It's not impossible. But as you level up, you got to spend money on spells and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's just... I got it. Trading MMORPG is always really scary on the hardcore end. Yeah, some PvPers right there. Yeah, it's definitely it's all over the place. People like to just overcharge for stuff too because they can. They think they can, and they get away with it sometimes. Yeah, you gotta, in a game like this, if you see somebody price gouging, you need to call them out. The guy that was trying to sell that rope, the hemp rope, the other day, I literally was like, why are you even trying to sell that? Like, I called him out on it, because the only thing it's used for, as far as I know, is a quest. So you're going to buy it for the quest, and that's it. And that person is just going to end up confusing other players that think that they need to buy it from another player, something like you can craft it and use it. But that's not how it works. I missed it or something. Oh, did it actually stop? Okay. I was spamming kick and it wasn't doing anything, so I wasn't sure. If someone is willing to get ripped off, you should let them. What if they don't know? Like, they're not willing to do it. They don't know. I'm not going to sit there and let somebody get ripped off that's just not aware. That's mean. Money is also basically worthless with an impeding character. Oh, yeah. Money right now is absolutely worthless. Not only is it worthless, but the economy in this game is just kind of bad. There really is no economy, per se. It's kind of like playing Diablo 2 or something, where gold is just plentiful. Once you get to max level, you have no use for the gold anymore. It's just a lesser amount. Like in Diablo, you would get billions of gold. In this game, you just get less, but it's still just as worthless. Scams are awesome, yeah, and that's part of the problem with you. You are part of the problem with the game. If you think scamming somebody is awesome. I will call somebody out every time I see somebody that's overcharging. If you're overcharging by a little bit on something, that's one thing. You know, like, oh, it took you longer to get. You want to make max amount of money out of this particular item or whatever. Sure, there might be somebody willing to pay a little bit more for an item than somebody else. But when you're literally trying to scam somebody just because they don't understand that you're selling them a quest item that you buy off of an NPC for 1 silver, and you're trying to like sell them the item for a gold, which is 100 silver, and they just don't know, that's just dumb. Like that's just you taking advantage of somebody, which is terrible. So yeah, don't do stuff like that. It's just rude. The other day, level 3, I found an entire stack of 20 silver ore. Tried to find the owner by asking whoever lost it. It seemed so many people tried. Yeah. If somebody drops stuff on the ground and you just pick it up, then just pick it up. Yeah, just pick it up. Like that's... They shouldn't be dropping stuff unless they don't want it. People drop ore and things like that all the time because they like weight. So I wouldn't worry about that. You find it just sitting on the ground, it is yours. I got grubs. Probably got a lot of grubs. Are you leveling your foraging, Vor? How valuable do we think it is? Some silver? Just 20 silver? It's not worth much. You could probably go to a merchant and just buy 20 silver off of the merchant. Like off of the mining merchant or the blacksmith merchant or something. Yeah, it's really not worth much. Okay. Figure out what weapons might be best for monk yet? There's a few weapons that are really good for monk. The grudge staff is probably their best two-handed weapon. I think it's called the grudge shaft or whatever it's called. It's a big bone. That's their best two-handed weapon. And then yeah, it just depends on like your hand-to-hand. We don't know the ratios of the hand-to-hand. So we need to find that out. I wish they would release that information or somebody could figure it out. It's really hard to tell. And then you would get the knuckles to increase that, potentially. Or like the different hand-to-hand weapons. But like Mother Sorrow is considered to be one of the best monk weapons. Just a really good weapon in general. Could you trade it for a backpack? You have 5 silver. Can we name right now? You could probably buy a backpack from somebody for pretty cheap. Yeah, like a base rawhide backpack. These are the weapons that Isar uses. So this is his two-handed, and then he uses the Savage Club and the Mother Sorrow. So these are the 3 weapons that Isar uses, which are all really good. Are they best? The Mother Sorrow, I would say, is one of the best weapons. But as far as like damage delay, it's tough to tell because we don't know what the damage delay of fists are. There you go. That guy's giving away backpacks to new players. Is Gith an alt to someone you group with? Yeah, Gith is Isar. Yeah, what Vor's saying. Yeah, he's oftentimes buffing people and sitting in town buffing people when he's bored. How are we doing on block? 218. Oh my gosh, it's going up so slowly. You had a group in AC that was Paladin, Bard, Druid, 2 Enchanters, and you as a Cleric. You were the DPS. I mean, yeah, it can work. Cleric can actually do some DPS now, for sure. Yeah, they were doing that to me too. I don't know why they broke that, or how they broke that. Passive skill really needs a catch-up mechanic. If I'm level 50 and just started on like piercing, they have it in the game. They definitely added it. So if you are way out leveled on something and you start using the skill, it'll skill up every single time you use it, the first like few times, depending on what level you are. But that definitely falls off as you get higher level, as you get higher skill. But there is a bit of a catch-up mechanic. It's not great, but it's there. Yeah, this block is definitely taking a while to level up. I've gone from, what was that, 209? I've gone up 10 points since we've been here. That's been a while now. The ratios are online. What ratios? The hand-to-hand ratios? Officially or just by players? Fist of the Laser online on the wiki, right? Yeah, that's what... those are probably wrong. But I don't know. I haven't looked at them. That wiki is hit or miss whether it's going to be accurate or not. So I wouldn't bet on it being correct. Nothing on that wiki is official. It's just based on people going in and giving some numbers and saying this is what it is. There's a lot of hearsay on there. But it could also be correct. It just depends on where the information came from. Those ratios in the wiki are from before all weapons in the game got adjusted. Well, there you go. Then they're definitely wrong if they're from before all the weapons got adjusted, because weapons got adjusted and monks' weapon ratios got adjusted all at the same time. Why is this thing not dying? It's just sitting at low health. What the heck, dude? Yeah, I would not trust anything on the wiki. I would take the wiki and then confirm whatever the wiki says. Like, you can use the wiki for sure and then just confirm it. You know, like, if it's a quest or something, let me go double check and make sure the wiki is accurate. If it's damage ratios, make sure the wiki is accurate. Like, there's just a lot of things on the wiki that is just incorrect. Yeah, I'm definitely not digging the shield gameplay as much. I just don't think it's as strong. I need to really test it out though, like in a solo setting, to see which one does more. I mean, one-handed is clearly going to do less damage, but now we're going to see all sorts of things happening with the Spellblade in the group. See lots of procs and stuff going on. Gotta get a lot more colorful. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. If I played a Spellblade, I would have to do that. Every time the lightning bolt would just be lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. I like that they changed the lightning bolt graphic though. It looks so much better now. It was bugged for last couple of weeks. I was thinking it'd be fun to play a Spellblade with proc daggers. I kind of want to take my Spellblade and put some like proc weapons on it and try it out. Like a Spellblade with that vile bastard sword, so he's constantly mana draining. Probably pretty good. You stack them up with a bunch of decks. But look how often those procs are going off, man. Just a ton. I think procking stuff is fun. I do too. I like procs. I just wish we had more different types of procs rather than like most of the procs in the game right now. There's a damaging proc, there's a life tap proc, and then there's a couple of procs that give different effects, but very few of those. The Grudge Haft proc is kind of cool. The Grudge Haft proc, it's cool. It's different, but it blinds you. I don't know why it blinds you. I guess it's supposed to. I have no idea. I feel like it's a bug, but... Ah, shoot. Cleric proc, pretty nice. Yeah, it is. It's broken. Well, it's buggy right now. I gotta figure out what they're supposed to be doing with that thing. When they changed it to a stacking strength buff, it gained blind. Yeah, I don't know why they did that, but here we are. I don't think it's supposed to stack either. But it does. I think they just bugged the entire item. But maybe it's supposed to stack. What stat increases the proc from spell binding? Proc chance is based on dex. Yeah, what you're saying, Muffin, is correct. Yeah, strength is going to give you physical damage. Dex will increase your chance to proc, and intelligence will increase the spell damage. And it seems like most damaging procs in the game increase damage based on your intelligence. That's what it seems like. It'd be nice if they added like threat procs or even de-aggro, like threat reduction procs. Like both of those would be kind of nice to have. Weapons to delay dictate proc chance. Dex adds a small increase. I don't think the delay really factors in to the proc chance. I mean, it might. Supposedly, it's normalized, and slower delay is supposed to increase the proc chance. on like a per swing basis, but it sure doesn't seem that way to me. But it might. You doing anything tonight? Maybe I won't now. Yeah, I'll try a slightly different method and see how it works. Remember seeing a dagger with a proc that Spellblade can't use? Rotholm or something? Probably. I mean, I'm sure they're out there. Yeah, I kind of want to get off this. I want to maximize block. I want to get it capped out. But I really just want to be dual wielding again. I'm curious. Like, see this. The Spellblade is able to pull threat off of me, and I'm wondering if I switch to dual wield, if he will no longer pull threat. So I'm just curious if it is if the threat generation is better with dual wield or not. Since Spellblade uses a lot of dex and their innate procs, that would mean they have to go for weapons with proc as well. Would go higher damage because of the extra proc. Yeah, it absolutely would. Yeah, but one of the best weapons in the game is a high damage proc weapon for Spellblades. Even though the ratio on it is probably not as good, the high damage proc would be insanely good. Yeah, that was a bad fear there. We tried to get into it fast enough, but that wasn't quick enough with it. Wait, does Rend Cleave, Feint, Frenzy, and Shield Bash abilities? Wait, does... I gotta check something here. I don't even know if I'm shield bashing. Okay, yeah. Shield bash is different than feint, which is good to know. They're on different cooldowns. This Valor, that's a might ability. It's a might ability. Okay. That's interesting. The consign option? I have not tried out consignment stuff yet, no. I don't think it really works very well yet. But I haven't tried it, so I have no idea. I'm going to try... I'm going to try dual wield for a bit. I want to see if it actually holds threat better. What weapon am I going to use? This one? I'm just curious if it's actually going to be better for threat or not. I think it will be. Yeah, I can already tell that it's holding threat better. It seems to be anyway. Oh, so you pulled threat there again too. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not that much better. I want to try out the crosscut ability too. I think we're going to take off feint. Add that crosscut. I just want to see how much damage it does, because I think... Let me try it real quick. Find a break here in a second. How long did it take to get to 60? That depends on what class you're playing and how you play the game. If you're solo, if you're on a good class solo, you can do it in less than 200 hours. If you're trying to do it with like a duo or trio, I would say 300 hours. If you're trying to do it in a full party of 6, you're looking at 400 to 500 hours. It just depends, and it depends on your class. If you're, you know, it's a very large range of hours that it could take you to get from to 60, depending on your class, depending on how you play, depending on who you play with, etc. So, yeah. If you just focus on XP, though, and you go solo with a good solo class, you'll do it far faster than anybody else, which is silly. You're noticing fighters that have a threat issue if they don't weave in shield bash? If they're using a shield, then yeah, absolutely, they have to use shield bash. Otherwise, they won't have the threat. Like, for sure. Bard is love, Bard is life. Bard is not a solo, it's not solo power. Bard is definitely bad at soloing now, yeah. Outside of charming, it's extremely bad at soloing, and its charming is not as good as it used to be. Hope the Shadow Knight deep dive. Two-handed tank. Love the idea of damage lifesteal. They'll probably give us some two-handed weapons. I mean, or two-handed abilities. They gave the fighter the two-handed cleave. So, maybe. Leveling the monster community consists of mostly of killing mobs. Yeah, it's not like quests. There's gonna be, there are quests and they do give XP, but majority of your XP is gonna be coming from just grinding monsters. Yeah, just killing monsters. Been using a weapon swap macro and put shield bash in and then back to dual wield. You could do it that way too. That will add some more threat for sure. We're going to put crosscut in here. I want to see how much damage that does. So let's see. Crosscut. 108 and then 95. So it's actually doing, that does pretty decent damage. But, oh, you have to take away Rend. Okay, whoops. I took the wrong ability out there. Man, it takes so long to memorize these stinking spells. Oh, the new monk deep dive changes in the game? They are, yes. What's the next destination for leveling your Beastmaster, or will you stay at the Wisp? No, I need to move him soon. He's getting too high level for there. After, let's see, level 33 is what I am right now. Maybe take him to Orcs over in Vale of Zintar, or I could take him to the Grain Cellar. It's another good one. Yeah, I don't think, like, let's see, Rend is giving 160 plus 35 damage. So how much is Rend doing? Rend does a lot of damage. I just don't see Crosscut being better than Rend. I guess if you don't want the extra threat and you just want a little bit more damage, that's the only way I would go with it. Asking because since you mentioned Fallen Watch opening soon, I might hop back on PvP server with 32 Necro, level 40, and I'm tired of snakes and beetles and glass flats. Yeah, those will be some of the best that you could do for sure for that level range. Alright, let me put the shield back on. I feel like the shield... I feel like I'm getting just about the same amount of aggro. Maybe a little bit more threat with the dual wield. But yeah, I don't like this whole weapon swap junk. It drives me up the wall. The way that they have it to where you can weapon swap, like, I don't know why they want it to be so tedious. But yeah, people want to try to min-max by swapping out shield and dual wield and going back and forth every, whatever it is, 30 seconds, 20 seconds. What is dual bash? Every 20 seconds. Yeah, swap. Use the use shield bash and then swap back. It's going to be really annoying gameplay, I can tell you that. Probably get tired of it real quick. Yeah, I think they still need to lower the fighter DPS more and increase its threat more. Like, its threat is just not great. I mean, it's good. It's good enough. But it is... Like, I shouldn't have to work so hard to maintain threat. As a level 60 fighter in a group with a Spellblade that's level 55, I'm assuming I'm also probably better geared than they are. And I'm actually losing threat pretty frequently. Seems off. Like that shouldn't be the case. Yeah, I'm losing aggro again. Yeah, I switched back to shield and I'm just losing aggro constantly. Let's go back to dual wield again. Let's see how it goes. But I'm pretty sure dual wield is making a significant difference. Beast is definitely a little OP early. I was able to camp the Ashira camps, so 3 to 5 NPCs. Oh yeah, yeah. The level 1 to 15 on the Beastmaster is very strong. It definitely starts to fall off later on, but it's still very, very soloable. Still have my exceptional spell shield for 2 minutes. Time for a rebuff. It's a dagger, int dagger. I still don't think it's very good, though, is it? $15.23. 15.23 is actually pretty good damage ratio. I don't think this guy understands what I'm saying. So I'm done. About the intelligence and healing and stuff. Have they made it so you can't macro 2 spells on the same hotbar yet? Not really. I mean, it depends. Are they? If they're instant cast, then no. You could put up to 5 abilities on the same bar if they're instant cast. If they have a cast time to them, then kind of. Like they'll kind of toggle back and forth between the two, in a sense. But no, you can put as many abilities as you want on one bar. Or, well, not as many as you want. You can put up to 5 on a single macro. I mean, taking that away would just be silly anyway, because you can just change your hotbars. Like, I could put 5 abilities on my hotbar, straight across my hotbar, and then just macro or set a keybind to hit all of those abilities. So it's the same thing. No, nothing that I said is against TOS. No, it's all in-game stuff. Like, you're not doing anything out of game from what I just said. Like, I could take, for example, I could put all my abilities across my hotbar. So down here on the bottom, right, where it says S1 through S equals, you could put 5 abilities across there. And then you go here, you go to settings, you go to keybinds, and you just scroll down to those hotbars. Right here, hot button 1, and I would just bind it all to the same key, and it would try to hit all of those at the same time. It does the exact same thing. Hoping one, Breton, they're not going to be able to do that. Like, that's not going to be a thing. I mean, they would have to literally remove all of your hotbars and not allow you to change your keybinds or any of that kind of stuff. Like, I could also do it this way. I have my abilities over here, right? Hang on, I gotta focus on this to make sure that it doesn't fear. Ah, shoot. There we go. Dang it. It resisted my taunt. Alright. So now you could also, like with your abilities over here, I could go my casting, right? Cast ability, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, I could just make these all ones if I wanted to. And just hit 1, and it would try to cast every single ability on my bar. There's just a bunch of ways you could do it. So they're not going to, like, they're not going to stop that. It's not going to happen. And I mean, does it really matter? I don't think that it does matter. They're instant. They're instant use abilities. They're supposed to be used instantly. So I don't see why it matters. Sounded like they want people to play the game, not automate. They do want you to not automate it, but that's not automating it. You still have to hit the button twice to use 2 different abilities. Well, it depends on the ability. If the ability's on a cooldown or not. That's not automating it. Automating, what they're talking about with that is where you don't have to press a button. You can toggle a, you toggle an auto macro that just hits the button for you. They don't want automation, which is when you don't push a button and something happens. Which is very different than you pressing a button and something happening. Like using 15 abilities at once from one button press, okay, as long as you can figure out a way to do that in game, it's fine. You got to spam the button 3 times to hit 3 instant casts. It depends if they're on global cooldown or not, but yes. Like if I were to put kick and taunt and one of like feint all on the same button, then no. It would use them all at once because they're off of global cooldown. They're meant to be all used at the same time. But most abilities have some sort of global cooldown attached. And just a cooldown in general attached to them. Yeah, I mean they could completely turn off macros if they want to, but I don't see them doing that. Here's hoping? Nah. They've already limited macros so much, like you can't. Yeah, you can't use them the way that you could in like EverQuest. Like there's no press one button and then have it delay and then use a different button and then delay. Like there's none of that. Like they don't have any delay. They don't have any type of use item or equip item or anything like. It's just literally cast ability, like use an ability, which who cares? It's not really a big deal. And you're allowed to remap your keybinds anyway. Like you can do that too. So why can't I remap a keybind to just do the same thing? Like it's just, yeah. There's a big difference in automated and then using a macro. Very big difference in those two things. Guess I'm used to games where macros are against TOS. Depends on the macro. Literally, they have a macro button. Like macros. It's part of the game. It's literally built into the game. If you're talking about like an out-of-game macro, that's the difference. People get these two things confused a lot. Because they have the same name with two very different meanings. Out-of-game macro, where you were to like use your mouse or keyboard to create a macro that pushes buttons for you, is against TOS. In-game macro, where you can type out a command to do something, is not against TOS. They're very different. They should remove macro. Why? They don't do much. They barely do anything. It's the same thing as typing something out in your keyboard. Like, they don't do that much. They just cast an ability. Woohoo. Or use a skill. Woohoo. That's it. It's automation? No. That's very different than automation. It is definitely 1000% not automation. Automation is where you can lift up your hands and it continues to do something without you touching the keyboard or mouse. That is automation. There's no automation with the in-game macros. None whatsoever. If it does more than one thing, it's automation. No, it's not. You're still pushing the button. If you want it to do something, you must push the button. Therefore, not automation. You're talking about the one press, one action thing, which it does do. It already does do that, except for things that don't have a global cooldown. And those you're supposed to be able to do that, like a kick ability or something. You're taking it way too far. Way too far. Not having a macro for a corpse drag would be painful. Yeah, it would. But I mean, they already have it. It's under the commands. So like they've literally created, if you look all the way over on the far right, in that far corner, there's a drag corpse. That is literally a macro that they've just created for you. That's all it is. ESO stance on it is how I like it. I haven't played ESO in a decade plus at least, so I have no idea what their stance is on it. But I guarantee you they have some sort of way to do the exact same thing in that game. Like pretty much every game has the ability to do it. And if they don't do it, people are just going to create it on their mouse or keyboard to do the kind of the same thing. One button, one action against TOS. That's how it is here too. It's the same thing here. The only difference, like I said, is things that are off of global cooldown, like my taunt or kick. But you don't want to macro those anyway. Those would be really dumb to macro unless you're just trying to level them up. You don't want to just spam those abilities. They're meant for when you lose aggro or when you want to interrupt something. So spamming those abilities, that it does nothing for you. In fact, it makes it worse for you. So yeah, it's the same thing here. You have to push a button every time you want an action to happen. Now you're literally taking it way too far. That's all I can say to you. You're trying to find an issue with something that there is no issue with. Automated macros are when you press one button and it does 3 to 6 abilities over a course of a few seconds. Yeah, that's automated. That's completely different. Exactly what Muffin is saying, yeah. Like this ability right here, right? So I cast, this is what my macro that I created. It casts 7, it casts 1, it casts 2, it casts 3, and it turns auto attack on. So when I push my button to activate this macro, it tries to cast 7, then it tries to cast 1, then it tries to cast 2, then it tries to cast 3. The only thing in addition to this does is it automatically turns my auto attack on. So it will turn my auto attack on and try to hit 7. If 7 is available, it'll use it. Then nothing else will happen. If 7 is not available, it'll try to hit 1. If 1 is not available, 1 or 7 is not available, it'll try to hit 2, and so on. That's literally all it does. So I have to, if I want to use all of those abilities, like if I want to use all 4 of these abilities, I have to hit the button 4 times. So yeah, it literally is doing what you want it to do. You can just hit the same button over and over. It's a stupid mindset because it's not an action MMO. It's a Terra or BDO. It's much more akin to the early graphical MUDs. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Oh. I guess I'm not leader. Pressing 1 twice isn't different than pressing 1 and then 2. Yeah. I tried to invite him. It didn't let me invite him. Oh, did somebody make me leader or something? I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I tried to invite you twice and it didn't work. I don't know. Somebody must have made me leader. Isn't this going to add a lot of delay into your combat ability press? Wouldn't it be better to just press the button? I am pressing the button. I don't understand. Says it has to realize that it can't cast the first 3 before it tries to cast 4. Doesn't that add like half a second delay before it casts instead of just hitting the button? I mean, you're talking about like micros of a millisecond. So no. No, that's not how it's a computer doing a function. If this, then this. If this, then that's all it's doing. It's just going. It's doing them all like at a fraction of a millisecond. Yeah, computers are very fast. Yes, Zeno put it very, very well. Computers are extremely fast, faster than the human eye or the human brain can even function. Like they're doing millions of things at basically the same time. This is Monsters of Memories. That does, yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter. That the fraction of a millisecond is not going to matter. It's not going to make a difference. In fact, doing it with the in-game macros where it automatically checks it for you is faster than you checking it with your eye to see if the ability is available and then you pressing the button when it's available. It's way faster than that. Like, you have to look over, make sure the cooldown's not up, process that in your brain, then process pushing a button. Yeah, it's way faster than anything that your brain is going to be able to do. To just put it into a macro, for sure. I highly doubt they designed the macro to read each line that fast, because you could just crash the server. That's not how that works. There is no delay. There's no delay. It literally, like with this macro right here, when you push the button, it goes like, can I do 7? And then it tries to do all of the abilities. Right? It literally is going to go, I'm going to try to do 7, 1, 2, and 3 immediately, like one after the other within a fraction of a second. The only thing is that if it's on cooldown, it just skips it. It just doesn't do it. If it does do it, it triggers a global cooldown, and then it tries to go to the next thing. But if it's on cooldown, it tries to do it, and then it does the next thing, and it tries to do that. It's not what I said was just to simplify it. It's trying to say, I'm trying to do 7. Can I do 7? Cool, I did it. Can I do 1? Cool. It's going to try to do literally all of them every time you push the button, but it's only going to do one of them at a time. Is basically how that works. So if it uses 1, it will not. If 7 triggers, it will not trigger the ones below it because of the global cooldown that they have built into the game. Like, there's probably millions of actions going into the server at any given time. So it's not going to crash the server. That's not going to happen. Now, if you tried to set up like an auto clicker, which would be automation, that's sending in like an infinite number of clicks, then yeah, that could, if multiple people did it, that could crash the server. But if one person's doing it, one person is not going to send enough actions. One computer is not going to send enough actions to another computer to crash the whole server. I mean, it could happen if like a virus kind of situation, but no, that's not happening. League of Legends has been really fun. Do you plan on playing it at all? No. I don't like Daybreak as a company. They're a terrible company. And I will not give them money. I will not advertise their game. I want nothing to do with Daybreak. And I think that that's just Daybreak side. And then on a EverQuest Legends side, I just don't think it's the type of game that I want to play. If I want to play a good action RPG, I'll play Diablo or Path of Exile. I don't. Why would I play EverQuest again as an action RPG? The whole reason I like EverQuest is for the grouping side of things. The social side of it, grouping and going out and doing challenging content. They have literally taken all of that out of EverQuest Legends. It's just not even, it's not challenging anymore. There's no reason to group. It's a single player MMO. It's a single player EverQuest is what it is. And it's like, why? I have no reason to play that. So. Taunt. There we go. Yeah, early access is set for October 1st. Yes. So it's been a month or so since I logged in, and crafted jewelry, not the move anymore. Like they made it all. As of like 2 or 3 days ago, yeah, they took away a lot of stats from jewel crafting. It's still good. Like the jewelry is still good, but it's not the best in slot necessarily anymore. Like I should probably get some new earrings. My earrings are just 6 or 7 agility or something. 7 agility each now, instead of 7 agility and 7 strength and 2 AC. So I need to figure out where good earrings are. Magneto helmet, yeah, the Magneto helmet looks cool. I feel like it's like a Juggernaut helmet, but it's very similar. They're both kind of the same. Actually, Juggernaut's helmet might be a Magneto helmet, based on the lore of X-Men. I don't know. I'm not a dork. I literally don't know the answer. I'd be a dork if I knew the answer. But it might stop mind control stuff. You're a dork? Maybe. But, I think... Yeah, it's very similar, though. I know the Magneto helmet is just to stop mind control stuff. I don't know the Juggernaut. That might just be for aesthetics. I have no idea. Both Juggernaut and Magneto, they both prevent the mind stuff? I thought they did, but I wasn't sure on that. Like, I want to say that Magneto made it for him or something. But I don't know. I used to know a lot about X-Men when I was younger. He only wears the helmet to keep psychics out of his head. Same as Magneto. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's the same kind of thing. So depending on which comics you read, Juggernaut is Professor X's brother. Is he really? So it's one got the mind and the other one got the strength. More mental versus physical. I could see them doing that. Definitely see that as a storyline. Whoops. Move it to grab that. Oh well. Oh well. The other found a very powerful gem. I think those are I mean, the same universe. X-Men and Avengers are all in the same universe. But I don't know that there's a lot of crossover there. There's a little bit. Do I lose all my stuff if I can't recover your well, yes and no. If you can't recover your body at all, In 6 days, you can use an NPC to recover it for you. 6 real-life days. You can use an NPC to recover it for you. So then you'll get your stuff back. But, yeah, you're going to be out of it for 6 days if you can't recover your body. But you should be able to recover your body. If there's a reason you can't recover it because of a bug, then you can ask a GM to retrieve it for you. But if you can, like, otherwise, if you just can't get to it, then you might need to ask another player to help you. I'll look it up now. Pretty sure Juggernaut gets his powers from a gym. Does he? I thought he just was a mutant that was just super strong. I mean, I could be absolutely wrong. I have no idea. Like I said, I don't keep up with any of that stuff anymore. Known as the Juggernaut, derives his power from the Crimson Gem of Kaitarak, a mystical artifact connected to the extra-dimensional city of Kaitarak. Okay. So does he not have a mutant power then at all? Or does he just get bonus power from the gem? I always just thought he was a mutant that was just super strong. He was kind of like Hulk, like Incredible Hulk. Like the angrier he gets, the stronger he gets, is what I always thought. But heck if I know. He's not classed as a mutant? Interesting. I think all of his power is from the gym. It's been a long time. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't know any of that. It's just kind of weird that that you have like a bunch of mutants that get a bunch of different powers, and then all of a sudden this one character, they just like, nope, we're not going to give that character we're not going to give that character powers for some reason. That guy's got to go get a gem. Spider-Man was bit by a magic spider? That's interesting. I didn't know they did that. I know they did like a lot of bionic stuff. They had like a whole phase where it was all bionic and science. And they had a whole phase where everything was aliens. It's released still October 1st? Yes, it is. Early access release. Game will not be finished at that point and will be in a very rough state. But definitely playable and fun. If you've been enjoying it so far with the beta and all that kind of stuff, it'll basically be the same thing. It's not going to change much from that. A lot of things still need to be fixed and updated and all that, unfortunately. I was hoping it would be more complete and they just needed to do content when early access started, but that is not the case. They're definitely going to have to do more than just content. Imagine if it did release without the delay, though. Yeah, without the delay, it would have been even worse, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm torn on the whole thing. All I care about is no more wipes. Beta so far is fun. Yeah, I agree. Like, I don't want to have wipes anymore either. Like, literally everything we're doing right now is for nothing, you know, other than testing the game for them. That's literally all we're doing, really. And which is good, you know. It's great that we're getting some of the bugs and stuff fixed and we're testing for them, but yeah, there's no reason for your average person to play the game, especially people that are not good at finding bugs or you know, like, if you want to play it to just learn about the game, then sure, play it, you know, whatever. But like, otherwise it's gonna be a waste of time for you. There's no reason to currently play. Yeah, fun and testing, exactly. That's all. That's the only reason to play currently. Yeah, your character's being wiped. Like, it's gonna be awful. Like, I put in, I don't know how many 1,000+ hours on this character and thousands of hours in the beta, and yeah, for all of that to go away. Luckily, all the knowledge is in my brain, so that's good. You know, we've learned a lot, and that's a good thing. But is there a chance after EA they wipe, or are they thinking EA to 1.0 won't see a wipe? There's 0 wipes happening after EA starts, unless there's a major bug. But more likely, they'll just roll it back if they find something like that happen. They're just going to roll it back to where the bug started. But the chances of that happening are pretty slim. And it's really, is there a major bug, and did people exploit the bug? The first thing they'll try to do is find the people that exploited the bug and get rid of them first. If they can't do that, like if the bug happened to last too long, or too many people did it, or they can't trace it or whatever, then they'll do a rollback. And if that doesn't work, then they'll reset the server if they have to. So the chances of them actually resetting everyone's character is very slim. Now, if you find a bug and you exploit the crap out of it, then they might ban you, or they might, like, delete your character, but that's a different story altogether. Yeah, just don't cheat, and you shouldn't have to worry about that. What he said, she's home. Oh, I didn't hear the vacuum. Hey, I don't care what they spilled as long as they cleaned it up. Huh? Well, that's the thing. As long as they cleaned it up, then that's fine. you did a halfway job of cleaning it up, then no, it's not fine. Or if you didn't even attempt, it's worse. At least you attempted to do it. That's true too, yeah. It's probably Nolan got crumbs somewhere and he's just vacuuming up the crumbs. No, never. He gets crumbs everywhere and she gets cheese everywhere, or whatever seasoning she uses everywhere. Oh god, the nails thing. Yeah, that drives me bonkers. Holy moly. Like, even when you have a towel down, it's like, how do you get it off of this giant towel? Like, what? Isn't that what the towel's there for? Yeah. As long as they clean it up, though. I don't care. Make as big a mess you want. Clean it up. Thoroughly. Oh, I can't. There's like 3 back to back. What the heck? That'd be the worst boss in the game, if just a boss that literally casts Chain Fear. It's like, do you have enough interrupts? Yeah, it seems like Spellblades are doing very good damage still. They might be... Oh my gosh. They might be the best melee DPS currently. I think they are. see lots monk thread. Is it really that bad? I mean, the monk isn't bad. They just didn't make... The new abilities are on, like, long cooldowns or... They're just not really useful. Like, the abilities are just not that useful. They sound really good on paper, but then in practice, they just don't really work very well. So they gave them a couple new abilities that they can use. But that's about it. Like flying kick, they just don't really use. The pinning thing where they can root with a thrown weapon, not really worth using. The knockback with a snare is not really worth using. It all sounds really good on paper, but yeah. Yeah, in practice it's not really that great. We're just in the game as an old EQ player. How's the Necro? Necro is basically the same as EverQuest Necro. EverQuest in 1999, early 2000s is kind of the same exact class. It's going to be changing soon with the deep dive, so we'll see what happens with that. But it's a very good solo class. Not really that wanted in a group, or that, you know, it's not really group friendly, but it does have like it's mana pump and things like that where you can feed mana to other players. So that's nice, I guess, but it's just not necessary right now in the game. So yeah, but it's a good class. It's a very solid class. Best solo class in the game, outside of Charm. It is the best solo class in the game, and when it can charm, it is also still really good. Charm just makes it better. Why would you take on one of the other DPS classes over a Necro? More damage. I mean, it's a DPS class. You want more DPS. The issue with the Necro is that, like, its dots, for example, they're not worth casting because TTK is still too low. So a Necro's dot lasts for 60 seconds. But you kill an enemy in 20 seconds, so you're only getting a third of its damage. So that it just kind of feels bad. The Necro is good as like a kind of backup. Let's say you have, you know, a healer in your party, and your healer is just barely not able to keep up with enough mana to heal the tank. A Necro could be a good addition because then they could send in their pet to get a little bit of damage that way, and then feed mana to the healer to be able to have enough mana to keep the tank alive, for example. Like, that would be the good thing about a Necro. They're more a support DPS class than a DPS class. So that's the reason you just don't want to put them in a group, because of their dots. And yeah, the pets are good, but like an elementalist pet would be just as good, and then the elementalist would be able to do more damage with their spells. And the utility that a Necro brings just isn't really that beneficial right now, anyway. So yeah. Necros had their rework done yet? Yeah, they haven't had their rework yet either, so we'll see what they do with them in the future, but I suspect that it'll change things once they have their rework done. Like, they're going to get pet empowering abilities, supposedly, with their rework. So they'll cast a spell, and it's going to give their pet more damage or more tanking or that kind of thing. That's the idea, anyway. Supposedly all the reworks are coming in before early access launches, or as early access launches. I'm hoping we see all of them in the next 6 weeks, at least a foundation of them, so we know how they're going to play. Because I would hate for them to wait and then release it at early access, and you get this big curveball on how the class plays and what its role is. Because, like, for example, the Paladin, it's currently a tank. It's supposed to be a tank, and it probably will still be a tank in early access. But they could easily take the Paladin and end up making it a healer class. You know, they could just kind of go in that direction. Or make it a support type class rather than a tank type class. They could also make it a DPS class by adding a bunch of smite to it and different types of damaging abilities. So they could do that. That's why I want them to have it in before early access, so that we know going into early access what the classes are. Because otherwise it's going to be confusing to a lot of players. But like, for example, the Beastmaster prior to the update was a shaman with... Oh, there goes Pet. I don't know what that guy's doing. Sorry about that. Your guess is as good as ours. Yeah. Everybody's guess is kind of the same at this point. We're all speculating what could happen with these classes when they change them. I mean, I can tell you what the devs have planned, but how they're going to go about that plan, who knows? It could drastically change. What level do you think you need to have each class on average to get a feel for it? I would get them at least to level 20. If anything under level 20, you're not really going to get a good feeling for how the class is going to play. So definitely get them at minimum to level 20. I would say get them to 21, because 20, you're still going to get new abilities that might change the way the class plays. So yeah, get them at least to level 20 and try them out at 20. I would recommend getting them to 30 if you really want to know how a class is going to play. Everything after 30 doesn't really change that much. On any class that I can think of, like, it's not going to be a drastic different gameplay. But it could change quite a bit up to 20. Like a Spellblade, for example, doesn't even get all of its stances until 16 or 17. So that class is going to change every time it gets a new stance, and you're going to have to play it a little bit differently with every new stance. So, yeah. Especially at this stage, I would think, yeah. Wizard at 40, get Ice Storm. That's true, yeah. Wizards at level 40 get their first AoE Storm or Rain type of spell. They don't even get Fireball until level 48, which is ridiculous. Like, how do you not give the wizard their bread and butter spell until level 48? Like, and then it's not even worth it. The Fireball is not even worth casting at 48, and its level 60 Fireball is not even worth casting. It's kind of silly. But anyway, yeah. Most classes, though, level to 20 to 30, and you'll get a feel for it. You'll know how it plays. Mana classes are constantly sitting around, or am I tripping? Yes, they sit around most of the time because they want to meditate. So, mana, to increase your mana, to gain mana, you want to sit down and meditate. For most classes that use mana. So they're going to kind of sit. However, they are trying to find ways that you can make the character more active. So, for example, the druid is probably the least active that are trying this with, but the druid, for example, has a season that they can stay in. So there's 4 different seasons depending on what spells they cast. And if they are in spring or autumn, they get mana regeneration. So they don't have to meditate as much if they stay in spring and autumn. The shaman has a cannibalize ability where it uses some of its health to gain mana. So it doesn't have to meditate as much, but you still want to meditate in all these classes. The cleric is going to be the only exception to that rule. I still need to get a chance to play the cleric after its deep dive just happened. I need to play it in a group and see, but it seems like if you play a cleric right now, you can not meditate at all and get certain buffs that will keep its mana full. So we just need to play it. We got to get on that class and try it out. But yeah, it's most classes that cast spells are going to want to sit down and meditate. That kind of is what made the hybrid classes feel bad. You have like a ranger and beastmaster, paladin, inquisitor, shadow knight. Those are all hybrid classes. So they had a parent class that was a spellcaster. And then they also had some melee abilities. Most of their damage came from melee, so they needed to be up and moving around and doing stuff. Well, then they can't meditate when that happens. So it kind of felt bad for some of those classes. So they're doing reworks on those now. The Beastmasters had their rework done where they're not casting any spells anymore. Well, they have a couple spells, but they cast very few spells as a Beastmaster anymore. So they don't really need as much mana. They're mostly a melee class at this point, like a martial class. Is Wizard rework already done? Yeah. Wizard the Wizard rework is already done, but it is not good in my opinion. Like it was among the first, along with the Druid and the Spellblade. They were the first 3, I think. Spellblade was good, but wonky. But overall, the class is still good. The Wizard, they just completely butchered, in my opinion. Like they made it bad. It's a good solo class or duo maybe. Good quad kiting if you want to do that, but again solo. So basically, if you play it solo, it's still an okay class. But you kind of need to get gear. And getting gear solo is a little bit more challenging. So what they did with the Wizard is just, in my opinion, bad all around. Like if you were to ask me, was it good or bad? I would say it's bad. In a 1 out of 10 rating, I would say it's like a 4, below average. Definitely not above average or average. It's just not good. I've heard a lot of the first ones haven't aged well, except Spellblade at the moment. Yeah, Druid is still good. I mean, Druid is still an overpowered, very, very powerful class. They need to tweak that one. They just need to balance that one more. I don't personally like the Druid for its play style because of the seasons, but that's a play style thing. So you might enjoy the play style, or you might not enjoy the play style. But as far as the power level of the class, like how strong it is or how weak it is currently one of the stronger classes in the game right now. So Druid power is good. Play style, meh. I don't like having to sit there and watch a buff bar and be like, do I have this buff? Do I not have this buff, etc. Like I can't stand that gameplay. I don't know why any dev expects you to stare at a buff bar, that's boring gameplay. At least to me. I don't know. Some people might like it. Fell behind quite a bit on early access. Do you think they fully recovered from the unmentionable debacle earlier in the year? Or do you see them having a real impact moving forward? You mean Nick leaving the team? Is that the unmentionable debacle that you're talking about? I don't think anything is really changed other than the direction the classes are going. But no, they still have a lot of work to do. Like, that's all it is. Yeah, Nick leaving didn't hurt the game, didn't help the game. It literally didn't do anything. It took Nick's ideas out of the game, which for me was a net positive. I did not agree with a lot of what Nick wanted out of Monsters and Memories, but he was a developer. He was part owner of Niche World's Cult. I mean, I don't agree with some of the devs' choices currently. So, that's I just disagreed with that. But no, I don't think it hurt anything. It's definitely slowed down the development as far as the classes are concerned, because now we have 2 new people coming in to work on the classes, and they're trying to make them all unique, which overall I think was a good thing. The classes, what Nick was doing, felt too much the same as EverQuest. Like, it was literally a copy and paste of EverQuest. Now they're trying to be a little bit more unique, make the classes feel a little bit different, trying to get rid of the hybrid classes. So I think that is a good thing ultimately, even though it took them a long time, or still taking them a long time, to get all of that in the game. How is Spellblade solo versus group play? It's definitely better in a group, but you can solo with a Spellblade. So Spellblade it's kind of like the Fighter now. Like, Fighter can actually somewhat solo now. The Spellblade, the way that they're going to solo is they're going to use their telekinetic stance. I think it's telekinetic stance, and they're going to get kinetic ward, which allows them to mitigate or absorb some damage. So, mitigate some damage. So it basically allows them to take a few hits while still putting out some decent damage. So they can solo. They're not the top soloers, but they're also not the bottom. They're probably above average solo. Out of the 18 classes, they would be in the top 9, not the bottom 9. But in a group, they're better, because in a group, they're going to be able to do just straight DPS and not have to worry about their tank stuff, or their ability to take a hit. So they're going to be able to just focus on damage, which they put out a lot of damage. Never should have had one dude working 18 classes. Should have been like 4 dudes working. Yeah, I agree. I think that was a mistake on the devs' part, is that they put one developer on all 18 classes, and that one developer just like, oh, this is EverQuest reimagined. Let's just copy EverQuest. And that was honestly probably the best idea, because otherwise coming up with new abilities, new ways to play, 18 different classes is going to be, that's a lot of work for one person. Now they have 2 people doing it, and it's still a lot of work. So, yeah. When's the tier list coming out? I'll probably do another tier list at some point. Another solo tier list, but we're going to do it differently this time than I did it last time. People nitpicked. I know, shocker, it's on the internet and people are nitpicking stuff. They nitpicked how I did the tier list last time, because they're like, oh, you put all these classes as being able to solo. And it's like, well, yeah, they can. Anybody can solo in this game. And it was more of a comparison of who solos better. and who solos equally. So I'll probably do it if I do a tier list. It's not going to be a tier list of like S rank and A rank, B rank, C rank, that kind of thing. I'll probably do it a list of 18 classes and which one solos best, and then next best, and I'll put them in order. Rather than, ranking them as a S rank soloer versus a B rank soloer, etc. Like, I would probably put, right now, for example, the Enchanter at the top because of Charm, right? This is going to change, which is why I'm not doing it right now. But right now, I'd put Enchanter at the top because of Charm. I'd put Necro second because also Charm, but it also has a bunch of other abilities. As soon as they rework Charm, Necro is probably going to be the top. So I'll probably do it that kind of order. I'm also in line with that mentality. Net positive, in my opinion. The ownership aspect is still a mild concern. Never really wanted one-to-one, though hope they're able to maintain the spirit of things. Yeah. I think it's a net positive, like you are. For a lot of other things, though. Like things, I've been very open about it on things that I disagreed with Nick. One is the one-to-one copy of EverQuest, right? Didn't like it, disagreed with it. That's one thing. His take on raid encounters is another thing, like in-game encounters. And he wanted to have level-locked encounters. So like the Bone Construct being level-locked at 20 was another one of Nick's ideas. I disagree with that. Like, the idea of having low-level raid encounters and then mid-level and then high-level raid encounters, the idea there is fine. But in a game like this, you can't implement that properly without locking people out of it. And if you lock people out of the content, that just feels bad, especially when you put in the best gear for a, let's say, one class or whatever. Like if you have an item on there that is just kind of required for a level 60, but it's a level 20 locked encounter, well, how am I supposed to get that item? You can't. You have to make a level 20 character to then get the item. And that's where it starts to become an issue, is trying to do all of that. So they needed better itemization. And then because it was level locked, they just had people that made level 20 alts to do the content. And then you can't tune it properly because, well, what if you give the level alt best in slot level 60 gear, or you give them really good buffs, like level 60 buffs. Like there's just so many issues with it, right? So that's what I didn't like about that. And then like there was Nick actually came in my stream one time and was talking about this. His idea for raid encounters was not making the encounter difficult. Like, I kid you not, the idea was not to make the encounter difficult. It was racing to the encounter with a raid force was how you were supposed to do raids. So mob spawns, everybody zones in and tries to get to the mob and tag it first and be able to kill the mob quickly, kind of thing. And I was just like, that doesn't seem very good for a raid encounter. Like, let's make the raid actually challenging. So those are some of the things that I just disagreed with Nick on. Nick, his design philosophy would just be different than mine. Some people might have agreed with him, though. So, yeah, just stuff like that. So, yeah, I don't think overall it's going to hurt anything. I think it'll help the game. In the end, at the end of the day, it's going to help the game. Kind of shocked that so few MMOs have a healer type like Templar Inquisitor from EQ2, where you have reactive heals as your main bread and butter instead of the normal heals. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't do that. Maybe they'll do that with Shaman. They still haven't done the rework on the Shaman yet. So maybe they'll do reactive heals on the shaman. Did that go off? I think it did. Oh my gosh. DPS race base. Hang on. DPS race based raid encounters is some EverQuest TLP server nonsense. It's not a DPS race. That's not the race I'm talking about. It's literally a foot race. That's what Nick was trying to accomplish with the raids in this game. So mob would spawn. Whatever group can run to the mob literally on foot, get to the mob faster, and tag it, gets control. So first to engage, but literally by a foot race. And it's just kind of silly. I thought that was silly. Someone needs to tell Kunyan level locked raids are going away since he keeps shilling them. Someone definitely needs to tell him that they're going away. Level locked encounters are going away. So yeah, if he keeps saying that he likes that stuff, I don't know why he likes it, but if he keeps saying he likes that stuff and he keeps talking about it, somebody should definitely let him know that those are not planned to stay. I haven't watched his stream enough, so I don't know. I lived through alternating top guilds, camping, raid mobs. Good on that. Yeah, so what they're trying to do now is they're trying to find different ways for the raid stuff. They're trying to find different ways of allowing players to do those. So some mobs will be they spawn and the first person to the first person to tag the mob is first to engage. They get control of the fight. Why do I only have 150 strength? I think I'm missing some buffs. So yeah, first to engage is still a thing. They're also adding in ways to spawn mobs. So go out in the world, collect items for like a quest type of thing. Get the items, do the quest, spawn a mob. That's another way they're looking at doing encounters. Another one is going to be a key quest where everybody's going to have to do a quest to flag themselves to get access to the raid area. So there's 3 different ways that they're going to do it. And they're going to kind of see which one of those that they like, but there's probably going to be a mixture of all of those going forward. So some will be just first to engage, and whoever tags it first gets it. But hopefully they make those encounters challenging enough. Previously, it was a first to engage kind of situation, and the mobs were an absolute joke, and then you have 100 people standing around trying to tag this one mob. As soon as it spawns, everybody's just beating on it, and it just dies so quickly, you can just zerg the mob, and it makes it a joke, right? So they're trying to also prevent that. The mobs need to be definitely hard enough, and then prevent zerging. So you can't have a guild that just has 1,000 people in it and just throw bodies at it until it dies. They're trying to fix that too. So we'll just see what happens. P99 race. Yeah, the P99 race is what Nick wanted out of Monsters and Memories. Again, copying things from EverQuest. Like I don't want this to sound like mean towards Nick. Like I don't think Nick is a bad person by any means. But Nick did not have the imagination to be a game dev, in my opinion. Like everything was, well, I like this idea from a different game or company or whatever, so I'm just going to use that idea. There was very little, let me come up with my own process for something. There might have been a few things, but it was very little of that. It was basically copy and paste from other things. And he wanted to copy and paste the raid scene from P99. and he copied and pasted the classes from EverQuest. So, yeah. You spoke on the Druid on the seasons. It's funny because while I have not played them, my immediate thought was they're very similar to Lord of the Rings online Runekeeper. Hang on. As they cast heals, they get better healing bonuses for healing. As they DPS, they ramp up DPS. Yeah, it's kind of like that, but it's just like it's just a straight bonus. You know, if you cast a lot of heals, you're going to stay in winter or summer. I think summer is the healing one. I always get them mixed up. Pretty sure summer is the healing one. So if you cast a lot of heals, you stay in summer, and your heals are stronger. Just 20% stronger, period. They don't continue to get stronger. They just, once you're in summer, they're just 20% stronger. But everybody's finding out, or at least the people that are min-maxing it, are finding out that spring and autumn are the best to stay in. Because of the mana regen. So you get like 10% bonus to healing or damage, but you also get mana regen, which is by far the better way to go. So, yeah. Anyway, that's what's going on with that. It's probably an unpopular idea, but what do you think about a max level assigned to gear? They are trying to not do that. So having gear be locked based on level. So level locking an encounter, just make the gear not usable by a high level. Yeah, they don't want to do that. They don't want to level lock gear. So that's the reason that they're not doing that. They really don't want much gear in the game to be no drop or no trade or whatever. They would prefer all items to be tradable and any level to use them, except for like specific items that they make no trade or level locked or something like that. Is at least the idea. They might do it in the future, but they don't want to. While I appreciate contested encounters, there must be some preventative measures that encourage strategic engagement. Yeah, and that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to try to do a mixture of those things. So, there's going to be just randomly, contested encounters that spawn, and you got to run to them and get your guild there and raid there or whatever and be able to kill it. There will be some of those, and those will be locked down clearly by the top guilds in the game. It's just going to happen. But there's also going to be other encounters that you're going to be able to do by collecting items, doing quests, or things like that, where they're going to be triggerable encounters. So as long as you have the trigger items or the trigger mechanism in place, you and your guild can trigger that and do those raids. So there's going to be a mixture of those things. The top guilds will still go after the contested stuff, and because there's going to be fewer of those, they're going to be way more contested. Is what's going to end up happening. I don't know if they've considered that, but let's say they make 6 raid encounters, right? Okay. Let's say they make 6 raid encounters. They put 2 of them are contested, 2 of them are spawnable, and 2 of them are behind a locked door, right? Well, the ones that are spawnable, nobody's going to be fighting over. Theoretically, they're still going to fight over them, but nobody's going to be fighting over those mobs because people are just going to get the items or do the quests to spawn them. Then you're going to have the ones behind a locked door. If you have the people to do it, you'll be able to go do those behind the locked door if people have the key to it. So that leaves only 2 mobs that you have to deal with as far as keeping up with their timers. So people will be like, oh, well, when those 2 mobs are in window, everybody in my guild will be able to go do them. But if you had 6 mobs in those different windows, well, fewer guilds are going to be able to have enough people online for 6 different mobs rather than 2 different mobs. It's just going to be a lot easier for guilds to try to compete 2 mobs rather than 6. So we'll see what happens with it, but the issue that the other issue with it is they're trying to make it to where you have to get certain items to spawn mobs. Well, the items just becomes, instead of the contested mob when it spawns being the contested thing, you just contest the spawn items, like the items that you need to spawn the boss. So it does the exact same thing. You're still fighting over the same mobs to spawn the boss, right? So it's, and then if they make it where it's behind a locked door, like a key access kind of thing, then you're going to have guilds that are preventing players from getting access by constantly camping that key mob. Like, you know, they'll pick one of the key mobs, one of the items needed for a quest or whatever, and just constantly camp it. So they're going to have to do stuff in those situations to kind of alleviate that somehow. And I don't know what their plan is with that. I don't get why they can't just make them instances. Yeah, I feel like whoever came up with the season system, stances for the druid, is too emotionally invested in it and is trying to force it to work. Yes, that's, I think, 100% what they're doing. I feel like the devs currently are doing some weird things with that. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to go AFK for a minute. I'm going to check on the family and see what we're doing, see how much longer I'm going to be on here. And then, I'm going to grab a drink at the same time. So I'll be right back in just a minute. Enjoy some ads. Thank you so much for watching them. It helps me keep the stream free for everybody. So be right back in a couple minutes. Okay. What happened to this music? Oh, it's still there. Really dislike stance dancing in this game? Me too. I cannot stand stance dancing. I think that is like one of the worst mechanics that devs ever put into a game. I don't think it was ever intended, though. I think that I think stance dancing became a thing, and it's something that devs didn't think about. They didn't expect players to do that, but players found out that it was the best way to play the game. And then later they started like, oh, well, players apparently like to do this, and so they started making it a thing. And I don't know. I disagree. Not enough feedback when you switch. Yeah, it's bad. My son wants to play with me. Can I pay for 2 accounts in the same household, or is it considered boxing? So that would be well, it's not considered boxing. No, you can have 2 accounts in the same household. Yes, but there's a chance that you will get flagged for boxing, and they will check and see if you are boxing. And if they deem that you are boxing, they will ban you for it. They will probably suspend. They'll probably tell you don't do it first, and then if you do it again, they'll suspend you for a couple days. And then if you do it again, they'll ban you. Most likely is the series of events. But you are absolutely allowed to have multiple accounts from the same household. Yes, you could have a LAN party if you wanted to, and have 50 people in the same house and all playing the game together, and it's perfectly acceptable. But they can, in fact, see your IP address, and they will check on it. So, just an FYI. How can you play with them? 2 different computers? Yeah, you could do it. Just do it, right? It's just one of those situations where you're just gonna have to play the game, and they may ask you if you're boxing and all that kind of stuff, and you could just say no, I'm not boxing. And then what they're doing, which I think is just kind of a silly thing, but they're doing it anyway, is they're giving you like a thing to do. Like you have to respond or run around a tree or something. Like you have to do something that you can't do while boxing, kind of thing. Like simultaneously both characters run around a tree in opposite directions or something weird. Just make an actual action or skill change your stance using if you want to stance. Yeah, there's a lot of ways they could do stance dancing. I don't like it either. I'm not a fan of it. I think it's silly. They frown upon dual boxing. Also in this game, still kind of beta. Been following it for a bit. So there will be boxing servers and there will be no boxing servers. If you don't, if you want to play like with multiple people in the same household and you just don't want to chance it, just go to a boxing server and you can play as many characters as you want. And nobody's going to say anything to you about it. But if you what's the word I'm looking for? If you play, then there's going to be no boxing servers, and if you play on those servers, then yeah, they don't want anybody boxing on those servers. So yeah, should do Grimtide next week. Try it. Sam wants to take it to Grimtide train. Yeah, we'll see what's going on next week. I need to play. I mean, next week we might also have some raids back in the game. We might also have Fallen Watch coming back in the game. So, yeah, we'll just have to see what happens next week. You're not allowed to summon your shark out of the kennel anymore, or I get super bugged. Uh-oh. That's not good. How would you convey what you hope to be your everyday experience in game when the dust settles? I mean, what I want eventually is just to have like a lot of in-game type of content, rating and high-level like challenging content. What's up, dude? Where did I put the towel that I told you you're probably gonna need? It's in the linen closet, buddy. It's got the charm again. I don't want to disenchant unless we need to. I can't loot it because I've got... It's unique. I assume somebody will want it. What are you farming here, or just helping others get 60? Mostly helping others get 60, but there's also 2 named that we're killing here, and those 2 named have a few items that are pretty decent. But yeah, the main reason I'm here is just to help people out and try out the fighter with the class changes. That's pretty much it. What's your personal favorite class? Not DPS wise, because tuning can change, but just playstyle preference. I really like the wizard. The way that the wizard could potentially play. It was a pretty fun class in my opinion. Like the quad kiting was fun, and the in a group setting, if they do it right, where you do the volley and then nuke and then reclaim magic and that rotation. Now, I thought that was a lot of fun. I don't like the glyph system, so take the glyph system completely out. But other than that, the wizard's a pretty fun class. Or not take the glyph system out, but like they just need to rework it. The whole thing just kind of feels weird and bad to me. But so I like that class. I like a pet class like the Beastmaster, which is, you know, send in pet, keep the pet alive, and try to let the pet tank while you do DPS. I like that gameplay. The Spellblade would actually be okay if you don't do the stance dancing. I actually do like the Spellblade outside of stance dancing, but I feel like you need to do the stance dancing, and that turns it off for me. But if they could get it to where that's not required or not the overall best way to play, then I would probably play that. You're gonna play when you get a chance. Style and speed of the game fits us. There you go. Yeah, I definitely like the slower speed of the game for sure. Although there's enough people right now that are complaining about that, and they want to increase the speed of the game. It's kind of weird though. It's like a double-edged sword kind of situation where they want to increase TTK, so time to kill. They want it to each mob to take longer to kill, but they're also trying to make it where you know, you're doing more things and you're not just sitting there not doing anything. So they want you to constantly be fighting, but longer TTK. So it's kind of, I don't know, it's a little bit weird. I feel like beginning is super quick compared to what I think most would have wanted from this. EQ style. Yeah. The first 20 levels are very fast. The first 40 levels are honestly pretty fast. Many seem to know what they want in terms of resurrecting that era, but it's not easy to explain, it seems. Wonder whether it's possible with so much community input, assuming there's influence. It's tough for sure. Yeah, it's very tough. Like the devs, they're trying to do their best to kind of recreate the same feeling from EverQuest. Unfortunately, you're never going to see that. Never going to happen again. No matter how much all of us would like to have that same feeling we had from EverQuest, it's not going to happen. For many reasons. Some are out of the control of the devs. Like they have zero control over it. So. They've already made class changes that make you a ton more active, but I found soloing way easier on most classes. Soloing, yeah, that's the thing, man. They keep making... I don't know how I feel about that, right? They keep making soloing more viable with every class update and tweak. It seems like. But then they keep saying that they don't want solo to be the main way to play the game. They want you to be in groups and grouping. So they make the monsters more difficult to kind of push people into grouping, but then give more classes the ability to solos. I don't know. It's really confusing right now. It's supposed to be a social group focus game. Supposed to be. That is the intent. That is the direction that they want to go. They haven't done it yet. It has some of that, but it is not mostly that. $39 felt the worst. Well, yeah, it's a hell level. 39 is definitely bad. Plus, there's just not a lot of enemies in that level range. So it's a pretty tough one. They seem deathly afraid to nerf Charm. They seem to want to nerf Charm in a very specific way that, yeah, they're just... I don't think they know how they want to do it yet. I think they have some ideas bouncing around. They just don't know how they want to do it or how they're going to implement it, I think is the problem. Every time it comes up, Sean seems to dodge it. Yeah, I just don't think it's... I don't think they know what they want to do with it. I think that's why he's dodging it. Like, I think he doesn't want to say what they're doing because it's going to upset a bunch of people and cause a big, debate on his stream or something. Or they just don't know how they want to change it yet. So it could be either of those things. But they clearly need to nerf it really hard. Like, it's way too strong. If you can get same experience solo like you get in a group, it's not worth, only for farming bosses, etc. But I don't know how experience works here. You can get more experience. You have to be very careful how I say this, because every single time I say it, people get upset. On the right solo classes, there are several classes in the game that can solo really well. On those classes, you're going to get more experience per hour soloing on those classes than you can in any sort of group. If you can't solo, if you're not playing a good solo class, you can duo, and you're going to get more experience in a duo than you will from a larger group. Trio, same thing, all the way up to 6. So if you get 6 people in your party, you actually get the worst XP in the game. Period. And people want to argue with me on that, and they have zero proof. I have shown lots of proof on it. So anyway, I've tested it myself. It's just far, far, far better on a experience per hour standpoint to be in with as few people as possible. If you're able to do content, do it with the less amount of people. It's better. The gearing aside, itemization, killing the bosses, all that stuff aside, which sometimes is better to bring a full group. Sometimes that can be better, but it just depends. I think you should be able to solo and have group content for named loot. That's a way to do it for sure. But currently, it's just you're way better off soloing. Once you do all the math, once you actually look into it and how it all functions, if let's say you can go from level 1 to 60 in 200 hours solo, but it takes a full party of 6, 400 hours, assuming a static group and they all know what they're doing, and nobody takes breaks, it's going to take 400 hours. So you have, as a solo player, an additional 200 hours once you hit max level to go and do a bunch of other stuff, like camping items and whatnot. So it's just far better to solo, if you can. Or duo, or, you know, the smallest group possible is just far better. Far, far better. I feel like some part of the community enjoys the charm is overpowered and actually dislike a balanced game. There are a lot of people like that, yeah. There are several people that are like that. They want the game to be overpowered and way imbalanced. Until the issue with it is they want to do that until everybody starts using the same overpowered class that they do. Then they're like, oh, nope. They just want to be the only ones that are overpowered, is what it is. They figured out what other people aren't doing and how it's better. So, but they never admit it. Always just insist charm is fine. Yeah, everybody keeps saying charm is fine. It's not fine. Charm is way overpowered. Bard charm breaks so frequently though. Does that stop at higher levels? It breaks frequently because your charisma is too low. That's it. It's just a gear. It's a gear check. Get more charisma, breaks less often. So that's literally all it is. Got a bee drill for my Beastmaster. Thanks for your analysis of Beastmaster pets yesterday, the day before. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you got one. It is so good, yeah. It's a very good game. It's a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying it. Despite the pitfalls, I'm still enjoying the game. It's the best, in my opinion, the best MMO out, or coming out currently. What class are you playing? I can't see the letters. This is a fighter. House fighter, it's good. The recent change in the fighter made them slightly better than they were previously. They were good before for certain things. This made them slightly better. They have a little bit more defensive capabilities, which is nice. And so it's a little bit less focus on them being offensive because their fighters are supposed to be tanks, not an offensive melee DPS class. I still think that the fighter damage needs to come down. They should take triple attack away. They should take crit away and add more threat to the class. That's what I would like to see out of the fighter. activity and watching a movie. Okay, what movie y'all watching? A what? Lego movie? Okay. I'm glad you're watching a Lego movie. Love you guys more or less. Is that camp up towards the big castle citadel on the west? This is where the giant glowing green castle is. We're up in that area, which is all level 50 plus. The area that we're in is made for level 50 plus characters. Yeah, the castle is actually right there. So it's kind of like right above us. $54 days. Yeah. Yep, he's got the cape. Smuggler's cape. So strength, agility, dex. That's pretty good. I don't even know what I'm wearing. Strength, agility, dex. Yeah, I mean technically it's better than what I'm using, I guess. Oh, it's stamina. So there's no strength. It's got stamina, agility, dex. Yeah, I would use it. See what it looks like. Oh, it's got... It just gets rid of my cape. Ah. Do you not rotate with mouse and using keys? Yeah, I do. It depends on what I want to push. I'm using keys right now, just because of the way I have things set up. I'm barely touching my mouse at the moment. It just depends on what I'm doing. I need to clean my mouse off. It's getting kind of nasty, actually. Here we go. All clean. No, wiped off anyway. I need to get like an alcohol wipe or something and clean it off. right now. I mean, I can get her with a blight collar, but that's it. Yeah, it's going in a weird place. No, the blight collar's right next to it. Yeah. I think it's on defensive. Arcanist knocked you off a ledge near the Sable Master area down in the water. Like on PvP it did? Or like, wait, an Arcanist in just like an NPC? Yeah, they can definitely knock you off. There's a few NPCs that can do a knockback, and it's really annoying. Plagueborn Arcanist? Yeah. Yeah, they'll do that knockback. Starting to get tired today. Oh boy. Yeah, I think I might need to take my my fighter, give him regen, and just have him stand in front of like a bunch of low-level mobs and level up block. And just maximize block. I wonder if you can... I assume you can gain block skill from low-level things. That wasn't laggy at all. Whoops. Oh, I need to look at what does this have on it? 5 agility? Alright, I need to get... I guess we'll put agility on this cloak. It's like the overall stats, I think, between these two. Yeah, 4 strength. 6 agility, so 6 stamina for 1 less charisma. And an extra 3 agility. Yeah, it's definitely better for tanking. Wasn't there supposed to... Oh, the stamina from Second Wind. Dun 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 dun. Think there are any super rare drops that players haven't seen yet? I doubt it. But maybe. It's possible. Yeah, most of this stuff has been like super camped. I mean, we camp stuff all the time just to see what it drops. Like we'll sit at a camp for days until we see all the drops that are on it. But there could be something that's so rare that we just don't even realize that it drops. It's possible. The perfect sword. Yeah. The absolute perfect sword. With a crazy low drop rate. One in a million chance kind of thing. It's definitely possible they could have something like that. I was sworn that vest was not real. Yeah. That vest took us a long time to get. Way too long. I was told there's still major drop and undiscovered mob in Spider Cave, Infected Crypt, but GM wouldn't give any hints. A major drop and undiscovered mob in the Spider Cave? Maybe. Yeah, it's very possible. I don't believe we'll see the Fiery Avenger. They have actually one in the game, I believe, but it's like a dev thing that they have as like a testing thing, I think. Yeah, I would like to see some particle effect weapons like that. Would be really cool. They named it that? No, it's not named the Fiery Avenger. Oh, look at that. I crashed. Well, I'm going to take the crash because I'm going to have to head out anyway. I'm getting kind of tired, but I need to go make food. I'm making hibachi dinner, so I'm going to make some teriyaki chicken and some fried rice and some vegetables and all that kind of stuff for dinner tonight. So I was going to head out anyway. But, yeah, appreciate everybody being here today. It's been fun. Pretty good chat going on, so that was always good. I'll be back on here tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. I don't know if I'm going to stream a long time tomorrow, but we'll see. But I'll stream a little bit, at least in the morning, for a few hours. We might be playing. I want to play the Cleric whenever I get a chance. So if we can get a group where we don't need a tank, I will play the Cleric. And try that out because I want to see how that class plays now. I think it's a little buggy. It's a little buggy. We need to figure that class out. But don't forget the Yum Yum sauce. I do like the Yum Yum sauce a lot. Yeah, Cleric gameplay. Yeah, I want to check the Cleric out for sure. We've looked at the Fighter a bunch. I got a good feel on that. Esar's looked at the Monk a bunch, so we've got a good feel on that. But the Cleric, we haven't had a chance to really check out at the high end. I haven't seen many high-level Clerics on lately to check that out either. So would love to get in there and mess around with it to see how it plays. But I'm going to go ahead and head out. I appreciate everybody being here. It's been fun. It's been awesome. And hopefully I see you all next time. Take care. Have a good one. Bye.